I'd like to call this work session to order. And Renee, please note that all board members are present on the Zoom. Invite you to please say the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic
for
for
which it stands,
one
one
nation,
under God,
indivisible,
and
under God.
justice
liberty,
for all.
and justice for all. And then we wait for a little bit for everybody to finish. Okay. On our work session tonight, first on our agenda is facility plan, the year one update.
Yep.
Mr. Loeffner?
Thank you, Ms. Fitzpatrick, and thank all of you for joining in tonight. We wanted to, as you can see, we have a pretty aggressive agenda, a lot of information to talk about, and wanted to really get some feedback from you on a variety of different issues that we're ready to move forward with. And some things that obviously we're not voting on anything tonight, but wanted to get some feedback and so we can move forward with some of these agenda items. First thing we wanted to do though was do an update of year one of the facility plan. As you guys know, all of it's in motion. There's a couple more agenda items that'll be on the board agenda for next Tuesday night in terms of approval of bids, but we wanted to update you on where the bids have come in, how they've come in. Some have come in under budget, some have come in over. And just wanted to give you a lay of the land of what's happened with each project and how we're working through things to make sure we get it all done. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Dykle, and he's going to present where we're at with the year one of the facility plan.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, Renee, bring up 2019.
It's there.
I don't see it on my screen, but okay. I'm still administrative content and executive content, but that's okay. All right. So everybody else sees it?
No.
No.
I have a paper copy.
Renee, can you click on your link to the bond issue? And
I did click. You guys, I shared my screen. You guys cannot see it?
No.
We see your
No.
screen, but not that open document.
Right.
Did you freeze it, or are you working on multiple screens?
No, I'm not working on multiple. Okay, so what do I need to do?
Can you click on this on your screen where my cursor's moving? You may not be able to see it.
I can't
She's-
see your
Oh,
cursor.
it's down here in you downloaded it. Can you?
Yeah,
you
that's what
gotta
I had
open
to
that.
do. I
Click
did. That's
on-
the one. That's what I opened. You guys can't see it?
Can you
No.
see it on your screen?
Yeah, it's on mine. Perfect.
Sure.
Can you hit
Well.
share? Just
Okay, now
Just
open.
going to the bottom.
Yeah,
on
but you
mine.
have to right click that and see if it'll open.
I did. I'm opened on mine. I can see it perfect on mine.
That is crazy.
Well, just take it from here, Renee.
Wait, you're not working with two devices, two screens, Renee, because you keep looking back and forth.
Oh, I'm looking at a whole nother laptop,
Yeah.
but I don't have it hooked with you guys. No.
Renee, if you
Oh,
right
okay.
click on it, does it give you the option to open it in a new window? Sometimes if it's a pop-up, it won't share what's on your screen.
Say that again to me, Melissa.
Can you right click down at the bottom on
I'm gonna go out on-
whichever one you're trying to open and see if it will allow you to open in a new window?
Click that open and see what happens.
It says open, always open files of this type or show in folder.
Go ahead and try to open it and see if it'll,
Okay.
where it opens it at.
Okay, it's open on mine. How about you guys?
Huh.
No.
No.
Stop. What if she stops sharing and reshares?
Yeah, try that.
Whatever.
You stop sharing and try
Sure.
it again.
Or you could have killed trees.
What are y'all doing? There it is.
Ah, here we go.
There you go. All right.
Okay, on the transportation facility, our budgeted amount was 2.6 million. We actually have purchase order for 3,149,000, so we're actually over by 549,000. But we did pick up all three alternates. The sidewalk was one, adding some more bays to transportation. So now one of the bays could be considered our storage that we're losing. So that was part of the overage there. Chad or Todd, anything else on that one?
No, I don't have anything. Tom or Todd or Chad?
No, I think we're pretty pleased with now, and I've gotten a good report from Covert Hawkins working with the Jacobs Group. They're out of Buckner, Kentucky, so they've been vetted pretty fully by Hal Covert and his team. So we're looking forward to it. I've already reached out to their project manager. It looks like if this goes to the board for approval on the 26th, they'll begin getting demo permits and all of those things in line, contracts over for the board to review and sign. So probably the end of June before
there's-
demo starts.
And there's
And-
absolutely no way it will ever go over that actual amount.
Correct.
Yeah, because Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, there's actually contingency money built into that extra 540.
Yes, there's $100,000, I believe, built in.
How much
How
was that,
much,
Tom?
Tom?
About 100,000.
Okay.
And you'll see sort of, once Tom goes through all the bids, how we feel like we can manage this. Tom will.
What-
Okay,
Hey, Tom, what do you think caused such an increase overage on that?
well, one of the things that I realized that we didn't put in, Milt, was we didn't include the architect's fees. We were just looking at the actual construction costs. And I
Okay,
told Mark, I says, when we start looking at year two, we need to look at the construction costs and then figure out 10, 12, 15% for architect fees so that we can add that into it. That was 300,000, I think, was the architect fees on this one. So that's, more than half of the overage right there.
okay.
If we
Thank
would have
you.
budgeted 2,900,000, we would have been a lot closer.
Okay,
On the Charlestown Middle School pool, finally, we had a budget of 2,100,000. We originally started, I think, at 1,200,000, and then we kept increasing it. And we finally settled when we sold the bond for 2.1. It actually came in at 2,300,000. So we're 241,000 over. Todd, do you have any comments on that one?
Not really. I think the only reason that one's over too is because you got to update, which it wasn't touched in that last retrofit, all the fire suppression systems. So a lot of it's going to scaffolding because they have to change all the sprinkler heads that are way up high.
did you say that it's going to scaffolding?
Yeah, they have to change all the sprinkler heads way up above. They're about 40 feet up in the air, and then another probably 12 feet with that pole, so about 50 feet pretty much.
That seemed like a lot of expensive scaffolding.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
Did the original drawings show the sprinkler heads being replaced?
Yes,
Then how come the scaffolding wasn't included in their bid?
it's in their bid. I'm just saying that's one of the reasons it was over a little bit. And then plus they're going to have to hand dig everything around. When they looked into pretty much the skimmers, all that's rotted out pretty much around the entire pool. So they're going to have to redig and reline all of that.
Okay.
Bill, I thought your question was, why was that not included in the initial projection? The
Well,
scaffolding?
actually, my question was why it wasn't included in the bid, but you have a very valid point. How come it wasn't included in the projections also?
It was, they thought they could get a lift in there, but it's pretty narrow. They might be able to knock out probably a wall in there and get a lift in, but it's just too narrow. I had a lot of comments from the contractors bidding on it saying, they could probably get a lift in there, but with the pool being, empty, they probably have an OSHA violation, the way that they would have to mount that lift because it might tip over.
Who was the architecture firm on this one?
That was TEG.
Take.
Hmm.
Are
They
we
know-
buying the scaffolding or renting the scaffolding? I mean,
That's
That's
the
a lot of money.
contractor. That's the contractor.
You're renting the scaffolding, but they have to have a contractor come in and set it up. It's not what you think of as scaffolding that you see around the outside of a building that bricklayers use. It's pipe scaffolding.
it's a
Mhm.
what?
It's pipe scaffolding. It's what they use inside furnaces and blast furnaces and whatnot. It's
Okay.
much more intensive to create.
So the contractor owns it, but we have to pay to have it set up? Is that what you're saying?
No, they'll end up renting it from somebody like Safeway or Right Way, and then that contractor will come and set it up, engineer it and set it up, and then come back in and take it back down.
Okay, thanks.
They're going to end up creating a full deck across the top also, most likely.
Okay.
Okay, on the Charlestown High School football turf field, we had $1.3 million budgeted, came in at 2,000 over. They just had more drainage problems than what Jeff High has. So you can see Jeff was also budgeted at $1.3 million, but they came in at $1,269,000. So they're actually 30,000 under. So both of those are pretty good bids. Charleston High tennis court.
Oh, hey, Tom.
Yep.
Just both those should say turf and track.
Oh, football track, yeah.
For Charlestown High football turf and track, the budget was 1.3 million, same for Jeff High. And then that's where they came in at. So that takes care of the turf and track. The problem at Charlestown High was the track is, supposed to be angled in, and it actually is angled, the slope is angled away from the football field. So the water is running on the outside and then just sitting on the outside of the track, so they're going to have to correct that slope and the angle and mill it down a lot more than what they're going to have to do at Jeff. So it ended up being a little bit more. Plus, in that overall budget, there's about $200,000 in contingency money that the Moats Group has built in, which they may have to spend some of that for the milling of the pavement and track there at Charlestown and, fix that drainage issue and just the slope. But they do think that they don't think they're going to spend all that contingency, but they wanted some money in there for construction contingency and also design contingency. So.
Okay. At the Charlestown High tennis, our budget was $1,890,000, came in way under $1,486,000, which was really a nice surprise to all of us. So we're actually $404,000 under. Any questions on that or comments?
Are we gonna have any drainage problems there?
No.
Okay.
They're gonna go ahead, Todd.
Well, this is Bill. Who was the engineering company on that one?
Hobart Hawkins.
Okay, thank you.
If you look at it, it's at an angle where the houses used to be along Monroe Street. They're going to make it flat, and they're going to be removing a lot of dirt, so there shouldn't be any, it'll still be up high. It'll still be higher than the parking lot, so there shouldn't be any water problems there.
Yeah, they're removing that dirt. They did a whole sample too of what's on that ground too to make sure.
Yeah, next one is the Pleasant Ridge culvert repair. We had put in the bond 50,000, and we had a commitment from the former mayor and the current mayor that they were going to pay half. And now, so the bid came in at 59,612, and I put an asterisk there, and then you see it's 20,194 because I cut the 59,000 in half. And then the 20,000 would have been our savings. Well, we just found out today that they're not going to pay for the half. They're backing out now. So the 20,194 is really a negative 9,612. And we just found out this morning.
Yeah.
So Treva's backing out on us?
Yeah.
Well, it started under Bob Hall, he had committed to paying for half to fix it in Tubby Purcell. However, when we approached them the last few days after we got the bid here, once Tubby went to Triva and also their redevelopment commission and looked at their budget, they said they don't have the money to do half of it. And they're trying to say, I think it's all on our property, you know, and Todd, correct me if I'm wrong. You know the scope of that project better than I do in terms of whose property it's on, and a lot of it is on our property, but some of it's not.
I'll fight the one with the, it's kind of split up because it's like northeastern and southeastern half. On one of them, I'll have to look at it, but I know for sure on one of them, it's pretty much that where the mobile home park is right next to it. It's right over our property line. So.
Well, I guess.
Was that agreement? I'm sorry. Was that agreement in writing anywhere?
No.
No, it was never in writing. When I came on board, what was stated to me all along was that there was an agreement in place for Charlestown, not a written agreement, but a verbal agreement for Charlestown to pay for half of it. Well, and I talked to Triva about it when she came on as mayor, and she said she knew about it, but then, when the rubber met the road and we asked, hey, here's the bid, you guys, need to pay for half of it, we'll pay for the other half. They said they don't have the money to do it. So
Rest assured, I will remember this. I expect the rest of us to remember it also.
They have the money in their TIF district.
Oh, yeah.
So what is the whole deal though about the, we're doing the repairs, but or what's the whole deal about the land that Todd was just talking about?
On the
Or
front, on the front side, I know from Hart did this on his surveying, Hart Surveying Engineering. He did this, and it's right on that. It's right inside inside their property line on that mobile home park side.
So we're getting ready to fix this issue and pay for it entirely, but part of it is on the city of Charlestown's land.
Yes, yeah.
Is that Charlestown's land?
I'd say it's the property line of that whoever owns that mobile park area next door.
Well, I think you're right. I think Charlestown bought that.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Then how are we working on their land? We're not allowed to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so can we just fix our part and leave their part out?
No.
Because the water's going to drain through our property anyway. The issue that I see is contractually and not liability wise whenever we're working on the city's property.
Do we need to just hold off on that?
Well, we haven't approved that bid yet, so we could get into some more discussions with the city, Todd, because if the problem stems from the land on that mobile home park, then that's got to be fixed.
All that water runoff goes in our front parking there at Pleasant Ridge. And then in the wintertime, especially, it ices up still.
Yeah.
Well, we got to think about too, by the time if we go in some kind of litigation, by the time it gets all said and done, are we money behind by waiting on the $9 grand? Just do it and be done with it and get their permission and say.
It wouldn't be $9 grand. It would be
29.
Well.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But John's right. I mean, in all, we budgeted 50,000. Really, it's only over 9,612. So we do it and then hold a grudge. I mean, I can hold a grudge forever.
I'm also looking at that they're draining water onto our property, which is there are some legal precedents set about that as well.
Yeah,
That whatever they drain onto our property, they're causing us a problem.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how far we can chase that, and I don't know what the statutes in Indiana state, but I know generally there are statutes that tell you that if I drain water onto my neighbor's property and I'm causing him a problem, then I'm responsible for that.
Right.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
we could build a dam.
Oh,
But maybe we need to let April look into that on the legal.
Yes, I agree.
just at least send them a letter and say, hey, look, this is what April just said. Look, this is where we're at. And then there is that. And if as being a rental property person, you know that you're responsible for your own runoff. And just
Right.
there's some statute there she could throw at them, and maybe they dance on it. But it is $9,000, and do we want to fight?
Yeah.
Well,
for a long
somebody
time?
joked about building a dam, but we could build a retaining wall right there.
Yep. Well,
Don't put my name on that.
I just think we need to hold off a
An
little bit
election year.
Yeah.
and check into this situation.
well, and Todd, do we have written permission to go onto their property and fix the issue? I mean, April, and you and Todd would have to work on that.
Oh,
Yeah,
Not
not
if
on
it's
that. We'd have to have a
property owned.
permit.
Mark,
We'd have to file a permit if it was approved first to even do that, so.
Mark, if it's on city's property, maybe they can afford the 96. And like someone said, we had budgeted 50,000. Maybe that's a little more. They might be able to at least do that portion.
Yeah. At least do the overage part.
Yes, just the
Yeah.
9612. I mean, basically we put it in the budget, and the person said, well, we'll pay half. Well, that's under a different administration. As they look at their budget, maybe they can handle that 9612. A little something is better than nothing.
Look
Yeah,
at
I like
Milt.
that idea.
You also have to remember that they're negotiating hard against us because they want to save money too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Right.
think you play hardball.
Well, Todd
Also-
and Tom, Dr. Dykel, let's reach out to them and have some more discussions with them.
Just remember, we've been taken advantage of as a school corporation for a long time by a lot of governments in the local area. We need to not be playing nice. And I know I'm publicly saying this. We need to play hard ball.
And stop making verbal agreements.
All
Like,
right.
I'm hoping that's over. Like, because we've had several of those, like in the past,
No
that have
doubt.
come back to really just like bite us in the butt.
That's
Well,
right.
Well, we
and
had a
Tom-
change in administration there. And now we've had this whole COVID-19, and people's budgets are different. So anything that they didn't get in writing,
Yeah.
they can at least, they can
Well-
reconsider. But my concerns are like what Bill said, and a couple of others. If we're going to do this work, we're going to have something in writing from them that we can work on their property.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, and this goes, I mean, Dr. Dykel can give you the background on it. There's a property owner that's been calling and complaining for 2 or 3 years, I believe, and the city and us, and so I don't have all the background on when all this started or why it started, but it's something I walked into that this lady kept calling, and we had already said we were going to fix it for her, so.
Another
It's so marshy back there that our laborers have a hard time trying to cut the grass, and it just is like a swamp. And then the neighbors complain that the grass is tall when we get our lawnmowers in there to even cut the grass. That's like a catch-22. So if we put bury a culvert pipe or something in the ground and let it drain into that, hopefully we'll be able to rectify the situation and everybody will be happy.
Well, one other thing to consider, if we're going to be putting this drainage system into a piece of property that's not ours, perhaps the city will just let us, well, they will not let, we have to negotiate, we could possibly negotiate that becomes our land. Because we're going to be responsible for maintaining it after the fact. And if it's on their property, they're certainly not going to maintain it.
Yeah. We need to look at that legally and get everything taken care of.
Yeah.
If they don't want to deed over that portion of the land to us, or if they want to pay a portion of that, I think that would be part of the negotiation. We know what we need, and they know what they may be willing to do. I mean, it's a school corporation that supports the community.
Yeah.
I agree with Milt on that.
What happens if it is owned, it's still deeded to an individual? That trailer park?
I don't know.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't need,
we'd still have to get written permission or some kind of.
yeah,
Right.
from the owner.
Yeah.
But I mean, I feel a little differently about doing repair work on an individual's property
Yes.
than partnering with the city. I just don't, I don't think that would be good for us to do work on an individual's property.
But you have to legally, to me, you'd have to get all parties involved to come up with a written agreement on
I
that.
agree. I agree.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and if there's other issues in terms of somebody could get hurt, you know, are they gonna if what we did on somebody else's property, they can go, look, we didn't do that. Greater Clark did it.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I think there will be some legal documents that they're going to have to be done. Look, we'll do this. We'll help make the water go away and what's right, but or what we can do. But I just don't want to be held responsible for some kid getting in the culvert and getting stuck, you know, or something. You know, who knows? You know?
Right.
It
You
can
have a very good point.
So that's where I'm at.
Okay.
We'll do some more research on that before we bring it to the board and get some stuff in writing, you know, and figure out what we can do there. April and Tom and Todd, if you'd work on that.
Mark, has Treva named
Okay.
or allowed
Ready
us
for-
to name? Has Treva named or allowed us to appoint a board member to the redevelopment board at Charlestown yet?
Yes, Katie.
It's me.
Okay. So, Katie, have you been able to go to any of those meetings?
I have not. I thought I would be invited to them, but I haven't been, so I need to reach out and say, when are these?
Okay. Because
One
that's,
more-
I mean, that gives us an in for knowledge and at least having a voice in those meetings to where we're not just negotiating with one person, but the whole redevelopment board. So that's why I was asking.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right.
One thing to consider on the contract, you might, again, April would have to look at it and we'd have to talk with the contractor that was the low bid. But we may be able to go ahead and lock that contract in at this dollar amount. And, but of course you'd have to extend out the timeline. They may be willing to do something along that nature.
Well, we'll get it on. We'll get on that starting tomorrow and get a hold of Tubby Purcell, and I can talk to the mayor. And I mean, I think the city now owns that property because under Mayor Hall, he was trying to get rid of that mobile home park.
Right. I just don't know if you got that taken care of before you left.
Yeah.
And I don't think Treva would want to pursue that unless it's already been done. She's,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we'll get with them and see what we can come up with.
Okay. Now, Tubby is what? What is his role? I forgot. He used to be on the police department. What is he now?
Todd, you know what his
Redevelopment director?
I think it's the streets department director, I think.
Okay. All right.
Yes, that's it. He handles all the streets, and he might even work with a little bit of sanitation. So,
okay, thanks.
Okay, you ready to go on?
Okay, Tom. Yep.
Okay, JJ, Jonathan Jennings, we had HVAC, carpeting, access control and radios. We budgeted 200,000. We've only committed about 50,000, so we still have other things that we want to do there, but we're trying to be very slow and cautious as far as what we're doing there, not knowing the future of that school 5-7 years down the road. Anybody else?
What does the 50,000 cover right now?
Todd? Was that just for the HVAC in the unit, in the rooms?
It's
That was
some newer controls, and I think Scott Stewart they had some PA system stuff too, a little bit.
Does that cover the HVAC too, Todd?
Yeah, some of the controls, because it's all old dial-up software that barely works anymore.
So we'll spend a little bit more of the 150, but we just don't know how much yet. Then at TJ, it's kind of the same thing, HVAC, carpet, access control, and radios. 200,000 was budgeted. We've spent so far 46,485. So we're still sitting with 153,000. We'll spend a little bit more there. I think we're going to end up spending some on carpeting, right, Todd?
I think so, yeah.
What's under the carpet?
Mostly, always is just bare concrete, pretty much.
Compared
thought
to
it-
compared
I
to
thought
the
it was
carpet and
terrazzo.
the age of the building, it could be.
I think it is. I went to school there.
If it's terrazzo, why would we put carpet over terrazzo? Why wouldn't we go through and clean it and regrind it?
It's mostly concrete, I think, in that hallway.
Even-
I'll rip it up and see. You know,
E-
I'll take some samples and see.
Even if it is concrete, I mean, we've got polished concrete at Franklin Square,
Mm-hmm.
And it looks good.
I agree.
and it's a whole lot easier to maintain.
Yep. It's a lot more sanitary too in these times also.
Exactly.
Right.
Todd,
I'm not a big fan of carpet in any kind of institution, especially in elementary schools.
Yeah.
Well, Todd, you know, you've been exploring different options there, right? In terms of polished concrete. I know you and Chad, we talked about this a week and a half ago.
And the only bad thing about that school too is we've had issues in the past when they ripped up, like for instance, when they redid the cafeteria a couple of years ago, some of that concrete wasn't leveled properly back then, so it was all jagged, and pretty much we had to go back and re-smooth the concrete. So
Okay.
that's where I think we just need to pull back some of the carpet at certain places and look underneath it just to verify what's there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I talked to Terry, the head custodian there, and he and I went into the exact same detail that Bill, you're talking about and Todd's alluding to. He's pulled back some of the carpet, and it is concrete underneath, but there are some different levels. Now, Teresa's right. There may be a little terrazzo in the front entryway, but we'll peel back some, and then, if at all possible, I'm in favor of polishing that, removing the solvent adhesive, and then trying to polish that.
Yeah.
Okay, next is Charlestown High School bleachers, precedents, and scoreboard. We budgeted $1,750,000. We got commitments for $1,451,000. So hopefully, if there's no change orders, we should end up with $299,000 available. So that was nice.
Tom, on the bleachers, what are they going to do different? Are they just improving the seating, or, I mean, what's going on with the bleachers?
Do you want to answer that one better?
Well, they're kind of improving. They're going to have your standard ADA handrails, pretty much the entrance and everything too. A lot of them are going to be like front, coming in from the front, but per the principals and athletic directors' requests, just for security purposes to see who's coming in and out of games.
Okay.
And aren't we adding more seating on the visitor side too?
Yeah, the one thing
Yeah.
the one thing we're doing at Jeff is we are putting 1,000 bleachers or 1,000 seats on the visitor side and an entry gate on the visitor side at Jeff High, so that the home, the Jeff fans aren't sitting with the visitor fans on the same side. So basically, on the home side, it's going from 5,000 seats to 4,000, but then there'll be 1,000 seats on the visitor side, so to separate the fans. Now, Todd, aren't those enclosed systems also?
Yes, they're fully enclosed. So basically, like if you drop like your cell phone, or if somebody has like young children, they don't have to worry. They're not going to fall through and then fall through the bleachers. It's going to be totally enclosed, and both school colors, red and blue, pretty much at each.
Yep.
So it'll look really, really great.
The kick plates and the face plates will be all red and blue, so that they'll look a lot more pleasing too.
Okay, Mark, so now we're pulling all those present bleachers out at
Yeah, the ones
Charlestown?
at Charlestown are gone, and the ones at Jeff will be gone within probably 2 weeks.
Okay, that's why I was getting at. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I have a question. We're looking at the difference And on the first 2 or 3 items on here, we were over about 800,000.
Mhm.
We still have another,
And
we have another page though, Janelle.
oh, sorry. Okay, my bad.
All right.
Yeah. A lot
Okay.
more.
Page 2, Paul Harvey.
Okay, looking better, looking better.
Okay, now you'll see, Teresa. JHS bleachers and press box, we budgeted 2.4 million, came in at 1,781,000, so there's a $18,000 savings there. And that's what Mark said, we're gonna cut down on the bleachers on the home side and add 1,000 seats on the visitor side.
Okay.
So that'll, then we, at Charlestown High School, Mark wants this at the baseball, softball safety net, and he can explain that more. We did 75,000. We haven't spent anything yet. It'll probably be done during the summer, I would think. But Mark, talk about that one.
Yeah, if you've been to the baseball softball facility right there that's next to each other, you know, if you're standing at the concession stand, you're in the line of fire of getting your head taken off from the baseball field foul balls, because the fence is so short between the dugout and backstop. There's about a 15, 20-foot area where the fence is only about 6 feet. And we've already had people get hit that are just standing there in the concession stand, not even paying attention. And if we don't fix it, you know, I think we're going to end up getting sued. One of the people that got hit last year was Brian Glover's wife, who's a county commissioner, standing there. So it's something we need to rectify.
It's a safety item, yes.
Yeah, definitely.
I take it from the $0, we haven't bid that out yet.
Correct. Yeah, that'll be done during the summer. We'll get bidding it out.
We've had a couple people look at it. Todd's had a couple people look at it. And
It was delayed a little bit with the COVID stuff, pretty much. When that
Okay.
happened.
We want to lock it in as soon as we can. I can tell you that inflation's starting to hit.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay, next one is the Charlestown High School football fence around the whole field. We budgeted 150 and we're looking at 121,000. So savings there of 29,000. And then when you compare it to Jeff, you're wondering why Jeff is 85,000, Charlestown's 121. We're having more decorative up on the hill, right, Mark, along the road there to stop
Yeah.
looking in?
Yeah, so, you know, one of the things, the fencing out there is really bad. The galvanized, rusted, bent. So, and the other thing out there, the first thing you see when you drive up there is that fence. So we'd like to put a decorative fence along Park Street there, just so you see something nice when you approach the school. And the rest would be the black vinyl fence, you know, around the track and around the rest of the field. So, we wanted to make sure that if we were going to spend all this money to do the turf, the bleachers, the track, and the press box,
Make it look good.
we didn't want to leave an old rusty fence standing there that's all bent up. Same at Jeff High too. Now they want to keep the galvanized fence at Jeff High. They don't want, well, they want to put in new galvanized fence instead of the black vinyl because they don't want it to look like New Albany. So.
Which one has Mark, which one gives you more durability or long lasting?
The vinyl.
Black or the vinyl?
Yeah, Todd, it'd be the vinyl, wouldn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
It'll look a lot nicer over the years because you won't have to worry about paint. The galvanized will start to wear and tear. It'll look rusty and it'll look nasty.
Well,
Well,
doesn't
they're
vinyl come in other
looking like-
colors?
Yeah, they weren't complaining about looking like New Albany when we gave them turf. So can we not trump this or?
Well, you know,
Vinyl comes in green too.
Yeah, but the galvanized doesn't. It comes in gray.
Yeah, green
yeah, I
and
think
gray.
it does come in gray. So
I
Gray
think
would
we,
be-
you know, seriously, I think we need to look at where we're going to get more bang for our buck, and not because we don't want to look like somebody else.
Yeah, I
We don't-
agree.
That's like saying we don't want to look like University of Louisville, and I'm not a fan. But the thing of it is, we put things in so they, you know, you don't want the community sitting there saying, well, you got this, and then 3 or 4 years, you're trying to figure out how to repair it or paint it. Let's start doing things that's sensible and cost saving.
Now,
Thank
Todd,
you. Thank you, Milt. I appreciate that.
Todd, if I remember right, the vinyl is maybe, Jeff High is maybe an extra 8 to 10,000.
That's
Mhm.
fine.
That's all.
Yeah. 8,
Go for
10.
I'd
Wasn't too
say
bad.
that's
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, we can't always, because someone wants something, we can't always say, okay, we submit. Let's start doing things practical and what's reasonable.
Yeah. We could, Todd, do they have
Agreed.
the grave wrap vinyl fence?
They have just gray. Yes, it was just gray. They didn't have the red. Like it'd be more of like a kind of like a. What the red too is like the red pretty much fades to pink over a while too.
yeah.
after-
Red
Yeah.
red doesn't last too long. I mean,
I like gray. I mean, they have gray in their baseball uniforms.
Yeah. No, the gray vinyl would be fine, I think.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go with the gray final.
It'll last longer, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. New Wash Middle High School, we had bleachers, radios, sound system, and floor repair. We had 450,000 budgeted. I believe all of those are done now, maybe except for the radios. So we spent 260,541. So we have a savings there of 189,000. Todd, do you know if we got the radios? Because I know the bleachers is in that, and you said the sound system was done.
I'd have
and
to think with
we
my
were-
Gary to see if they purchased those radios yet, but that's the only thing I think that's out of there is the radios.
Yeah.
Floor repairs done.
Not yet. We're waiting for the graduation ceremonies, whatever they do in there. So it looks
Okay.
nice. And then, like originally, we were waiting until after the 12th of June to start in there, start the demo work. So
So have we committed to, if we got a committed cost on that,
yes, we did.
and that's part of the 260,000?
Correct.
Yes.
What,
Mark?
I know one of the questions up there was the air conditioning in the auxiliary gym. What would it take to air condition that gym, Todd?
Probably
Do we have the I mean, the blower capacity up there?
probably about 200 to 300,000. You just got to add probably like a transformer. It's mostly like the power and everything over there. What we're doing
Okay.
actually with what we're going to do with the Maple and Spring Hill overhead fans. I'm taking one of them actually up there to New Washington High School's auxiliary gym.
Okay.
We're going to relocate that one up there.
You mean one of the big, those big, how do they call them? Big rear end fans?
Yeah.
Yep, pretty much. Yep.
Okay.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
I've been noticing on the PA systems or the radios and things like that. Are these things going to be where that you can hear it without a lot of garbling? As you know, Jeff High School football, you couldn't hardly hear what they were saying. You know, are we going to make sure that we have a good sound system on in these areas?
Yes.
Okay.
We want to update those for sure.
Okay.
Are these sound systems where they have a central, for instance, in the gymnasiums? I know that years and years ago, they'd have speakers all across the entire gymnasium. So I'm sitting on one end of the gymnasium, the sound's coming out of the speakers all at the same time, but it's getting from the speaker above my head to my ears at one point in time, and from the other end of the gym to my ear at a later point in time. And that's one of the reasons why Milt talks about they're terribly garbled. Are we now have the designers now decided that the best way is to do what many systems do is have a set of speakers in the middle and that's it?
Todd,
you
you'd
know,
have to
Todd?
speak to that.
We're looking at that, and then pretty much like the light poles, mount them on the light poles, and they're looking at from the scoreboards.
Okay. But they're not spreading them out over the entire area of the field anymore, are they?
Not really. It would be like pretty much the light poles behind the main bleachers, and then to do the visitor bleachers, they're looking at attaching something to the scoreboards pretty much.
Okay.
Chad Gilbert and Todd Seller has been getting that information from the scoreboard providers.
I'd just like to make sure that they're actually acoustical engineers are designing this and not somebody that's just trying to sell us something.
Yes, there you go.
Now, Todd, both Jeff High and Charlestown High that has it built into the budget, right, for the sound system as part of sound system upgrades. It's in there. I know it's in. I remember seeing it in Charlestown, but what exactly is Jeff High doing on the upgrade for the sound system?
I think Jeff I they purchased speakers a couple years ago. They kind of upgraded their sound system a couple years ago. But I'm still looking at what's going to affect that is the visitor side. We're still looking at that with the architects right now on that final phase of that. So
Okay. Well, let's make sure we get it right while we're
Yeah,
doing
you-
this.
yeah,
say-
I'm like you all too. I just don't want to go out there and it sounds like Charlie Brown.
Right.
Well, yeah, I was at Jeff High Schools at their football field. It didn't sound real good. And then up in the press box, they had a little, I thought it was just a little phone or something. But
A little amplifier or a little.
Yeah, and then I told the guy he needed to turn it down because it was all garbled. And surely, I go with Bill. We need to make sure professionals are saying what we need versus somebody else just saying we ought to have this, over here in this corner.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Next one is new Wash Middle High generator. We budgeted 60. It actually came in at 39,000, I believe, right, Todd? Around 39 and some change.
Yes, it was delayed a little bit with the COVID-19, but last week it's all set. And they just have to do a couple punch list items, but it's pretty much almost complete on that.
Now you said it came in at 39, 39?
Yes.
I didn't finish that statement. I was just verifying with Todd that it came in at 39. The overage came from the principal needed some more cameras, security cameras. So we ended up using the savings and ended up spending 8,000 more than what we actually saved. So that's why we went over on 68,000. So we spent 37,000 more than what we should have. But it was for the cameras.
Security cameras?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did we take care of the problems up there with the rolling gates don't close?
I don't believe so, Todd.
I'll check on it though. I think we have on work orders before. I can
Well,
check.
I've been told that we've got work orders outstanding up there and it's been this way for about a year, that we've got rolling gates that won't close. So therefore, whenever we have a school function after hours, we have the potential of people wandering through our building without being contained as they should be.
I'll check on that. I know we had overhead doors up there working on it before, so I'll check on that.
If you have any trouble with them, let me know.
Okay.
I have a very good relationship with them.
Okay.
I need a clarification either from Todd or Tom. You said the generator for New Wash Middle High was 39,000. Then you went on to talk about we added some radios.
No,
How
camera.
much were those cameras? I'm sorry, cameras. How much were those cameras?
Evidently about $29,000.
It's mostly the DVR system. What it is they're old open eye systems that they used up there, and they don't make these DVR systems because
Yeah. I'm
all.
sure they need them. I'm just asking for the cost.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was around 29. Around 29,000.
29?
29.
Okay.
Todd, does that system interface back to our central office if it needs to be?
Yes, it was updated. It's pretty much a newer DVR system where it's for IP cameras, and it took over their the existing analog cameras that are there as well. So it can reuse what they had there is about four different DVRs. But that's the thing. These things are obsolete. It's almost like getting a VCR nowadays.
Right.
You don't make them anymore, and you can't use them. And then if you do, it's like, why are we doing, the old analog system that nobody uses anymore when you just, bring everything up to date at a small percentage though.
I guess what I'm asking is, do we have a direct real-time ability to be able to see from either the administration building or the police department here, the sheriff's department?
I can even pull them up on my phone right now and look at it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Todd, who's supplied those?
That was Northside Security on those.
Okay.
Okay. Next one is Bridgepoint. Had bleachers, PA system. We had 150,000 budgeted. so far 127, and we have 22,000 left as a savings so far. And then last was the buses, and we budgeted 350. I used all 350 when we bought the new buses. That also, if you remember, had a grant for $160,000-$170,000, somewhere around there. Plus, we also had money in the operations fund for new buses. So we actually spent the full 350. So looking at all the differences,
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of reverb.
Yeah, me too. I can't hear him.
Dr. Dykle?
Where we go to the bottom.
Tom.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Mayday, mayday.
We can't hear you very good, buddy. It sounds like you're underwater. You all right?
Right.
Can you speak
Okay.
into your microphone? We can't really hear you.
Okay, in the million, we have 1,253,000 left in this bond issue available. And we know that we still have some things that we still have to take out of it. So that's kind of where we're at right now, just to give you a status of where we are on the 2019 multiple school bond issue.
I have a question about the buses. Do we still have a bus replacement fund, or was that collapsed into a different fund?
Do we have what? I didn't.
Okay, we used to have a transportation fund and a bus replacement fund.
Yeah, that's all now the operations fund.
Okay, gotcha. Never mind.
Okay.
Hey, now, Tom, that 1.253 million that's left, the overage that we have at the transportation building would come out of that, and so would the overage of the what's the other item that's over, the swimming pool, right?
Yeah, included in that 1,253,000.
Yeah.
That 1,253,000 is a total of all the line items of difference, correct? Negatives
yeah.
and positives?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's where we sit. So can we go to the next one? Are we done with this one?
Yep.
Okay. Now, what we'd like to do, and according to Thomas W. Peterson, our bond attorney, that as long as we have the schools listed, we can use the money, any savings at any of the schools that are listed. So in talking with Mark and Chad and Todd, what we'd like to do at Charlestown High School, since it was never budgeted in the original $15 million bond issue that we did, the next slide shows we'd like to do at Charlestown High football lights for $350,000, drainage for $8,000, demo the existing light poles at $30,000, the scoreboard $53,000, sound system $45,000, general lighting $115,000, landscaping $10,000, tech building $25,000, visitor press box $10,000, and architect entrance of $40,000 to make the architectural entrance look kind of like what Jeff High has at the baseball field, something very nice, elegant looking, like this is where you go. So we're looking at a budget of about $601,000 for a construction. Mark, I'll let you explain anything else.
Well,
Okay.
Tom, all that's part of the architecture design, like the electrical package, the score, some things there that need to be taken care of, electrical, and Tom, what I'd like for you to do, some landscaping, some other things that need to be taken care of. What I'd like for you to do is go ahead and do the next slide too, because then you'll see the total for both packages for both high schools.
Okay, before you move on, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Are those concrete prices or those projected prices? The 315,000, do you know that's for real, or that's just a projection what it's gonna cost?
I know for the football lights on that 315, that's the real cost on that.
So most of this is the real cost?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't want to get into, okay, we look at 651,000, then it comes in at 800,000.
Yeah,
You know.
and
Right.
I think you'll see when we total up the next slide for Jeff High that we'll have a little room to play. Tom, you want to go ahead and go to the
Okay.
next slide?
So at Jeff High, these are items that were not included in the original bond issue also. If we did sidewalks for 38,000, additional drainage for 25, put a new scoreboard in at 50, general lighting and electric 150, a tech building for 25, and then do a nice architectural entrance there. We're looking at 338,000.
So if you total those two up, what are we at, 940?
Yeah.
Yeah, our architectural fees in there.
Yes.
Not really. This one, I mean, if we go with Musco, that's a statewide bid, and we're on the bid list. I mean, where we can tap into that. So there is no architect that we really need. We just go with Musco Lighting. They know where to put them, and
All right.
But Tom, based on what was left over from your first couple of slides to what the total cost is of these two slides, we're about $250,000 on the good side, right?
on the positive.
Yeah, on the positive side.
Yeah.
But some of those figures, aren't there some of those figures that we're still gonna have some work done out of that money? Even though it's showing a $50,000, $75,000 coming under, weren't there some items that we still needed to do with some of those?
I believe the
On
1 million
slides 1 and 2.
the 1,253 included all those outstanding items that had not been committed.
Yes.
Is what
Yeah.
Tom told me.
Yeah, we're looking into those, and we, even including some of those, including the items that we know we still have to do, we still.
So
Thank you.
if some of these things do run over a little bit, we have room to take care of them. Obviously we're not going to go crazy, but we do have the room in the budget to take care of the overages at the transportation facility and the swimming pool, and then take care of these items that Tom just went over for Jeff High and Charlestown High.
Okay.
And really, it's all part of just trying to make sure we do this right the first time.
Okay.
Can I point out something here real quick?
Yep.
You've got four townships in the northeast part of the county that are not going to be very happy with what you're presenting here. Because their position is that they're getting the short end of the stick. Jeffersonville and Charlestown are getting the gravy. I'm just being real
These aren't new.
Yeah, I mean,
This is all that came out in the community meetings for the 5-year plan, and this is the end of.
Additional project savings, these additional projects from the savings.
Well, I think it's all part of the scope of what you're doing with those fields. I mean, one of the things we found is that the lights definitely need to be replaced. And then we didn't expect to have to replace the poles also at Charlestown High, but Musco recommended that the poles be replaced because they're corroding and old, and the electrical, and when you look at some of the other items there at Charlestown and Jeff, when you look at the overall projects, the things that need to be taken care of, while we're doing this, obviously you want to update the electrical and make sure you have all that in place, whether it's a field level or up in the press box, to make sure we do it right instead of piecemeal.
Hey, Mark.
And really a lot of that came up, Bill, a lot of that came up during the community events that these are things that have been put off. They were supposed to be in the 2008 renovations of the high schools, and they've been put off until now. And
okay, I'm not necessarily opposed to them, but I do question a couple of things on it, but I'm just saying that, and I realize this is an open forum and there, who knows who's listening, but
Yeah.
it's going to be something that you really, I would recommend you highly consider being proactive and trying to reach
I
out to those
agree.
people.
Because even if everything was, agreed upon and everybody agreed like back then, with the new release or with the re-release really of information because it's already been released, you are going to have that potential for pushback. So just make sure that it's, very communicated well and PR'd well and things like that.
Mark,
Well,
excuse me, Mark,
yeah.
Bill,
Yes.
I really want to respond to that. Mark, first off, I want to thank your committee for putting this together and looking at completing a package. If you go in the past, we've always looked at, well, who's not getting anything? Well, we need to do the project right the first time and move on and complete the next project. That's where we've always made mistakes in the school corporation is we're trying to appease everybody and halfway do. I had another word for that, but my religion won't let me say it.
That's the word that goes with that fan, doesn't it?
We need,
Can you spell it?
you're in step. You're in step with what we need. We need to complete these projects and do them right, and then move on someplace else.
Right.
That,
So,
and I'm not disagreeing with you, Milt. I really am not. What I'm saying is though that I believe that we need to, after it was explained to me just now, I do see that there's a package deal that you're presenting, but I do think that, as Katie pointed out, it really needs to be. This sounds very terrible, and I'm going to catch flack for it. It needs to be sold to people, but the people need to understand why we're doing what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, and Milt and Bill, I totally agree with you. And that's one of the things I'm going to talk about when we get to agenda item 2 is I want to talk to you about using a different delivery model that doesn't put us in this situation. When you start looking at some of the delivery models that CORE presented to you guys, just as examples, like the CMC contractor, and we can talk about that here in a second.
Okay.
But at least then you're designing a project and coming up with a guaranteed maximum price, and what's in the design, what you need to bond, what the whole scope of the project is and what the cost is. Because frankly, I'm gonna be honest with you, as a new superintendent, doing it the way we're doing it right now is driving me crazy.
I imagine so, yeah.
I would rather, pick a contractor to work with, design the project with that contractor, come up with a guaranteed max price, then we know what we need to bond, we bond it, and then we do the work.
That's right. I agree with you.
So,
I have a question for Bill. Bill, I don't disagree with you, but can you share anything that you've heard from New Washington residents that they feel they need right now that we're not providing?
They're concerned with the amount of money that we've put into sporting event issues in venues, and they look at their. Now, I'm not contending that I totally agree with them.
Okay.
They're looking at their sporting event venues, and they're saying, "Well, look at what these guys got, and look what we've got out here." Now, like I said, I'll catch flack about this too. I don't necessarily agree that they need the same kind of football field or baseball field that Jeffersonville does. However, they do see some things. I do see some things that I think they have some valid concerns with. And one of them that I did bring up was the air conditioning in the auxiliary gym. The auxiliary gym is used pretty heavily out there, but it gets pretty toasty in there. And we're talking 200,000. Well, I think Todd said, didn't you say 3 to 350? So and
200.
200, well, 200 to 300, somewhere in there. We have some other issues that I think we probably do need to look at as well. And then in addition to, I'm going to kind of segue into something else here. I know we've been talking about, we lost our automotive shops. We've lost some other of our vocational ed classes. And I know that it takes money to put these classes back together just in the infrastructure that it takes to support the classes. And I'm wondering what kind of progress we're making with that. I haven't seen a whole lot with the millwrights. Evidently, have been talking talking to, I think they were talking to Jason Graves. Of course, he's no longer with us. Is there any possibility that some of these funds could possibly go towards helping achieve the goals that we were talked about early on in the administration with trying to improve our vocational education opportunities that we offer our students? And I realize that may not be something you can answer right now. I understand that that's kind of jumping off out of the rut there, kind of pretty far.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
throw it
and
out
I
there.
think that goes back to what Tom said, how you do the bonds and how they were defined
Mhm.
dictates, what you could spend the money on.
Well, we were also told though that they can go in the same school. So
Yeah.
at Charlestown, if we were to rebuild the auto shop, I know we sold everything, but if we were to rebuild that and it cost us $275,000, then that would still be $275,000 going to that one school.
Yeah. Yeah.
So again, I'm not demanding that anything be taken care of or trying to push anything. I'm just bringing it to everybody's attention that I think we should also consider those kind of the issues.
Well, and I agree, Bill. That's one of the reasons we wanted to make sure that we did something out there at New Washington, like with the new, we expected those bleachers to come in a lot more than what they did. We were
Right.
fortunate in that regard, and the generator and the sound system. In the community meeting out there, they brought a lot of those things up, and we listened and we tried to we actually added a couple of the items into year one, such as the sound system and the floor.
Yeah, they do appreciate, they truly do appreciate it. And I appreciate the generator because we have emergency services out there if we need them. So I do appreciate that. And I'm not complaining about it. I'm just saying that, please try to sell it too.
I hope, I understand their concern completely, but I hope they also know that, we're going to listen to their needs and we're going to try to take care of their needs out there. I think we did that with this year one and we'll continue to do that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Ding, Renee. The next one.
Can I get some clarification on something real quick?
Sure.
So a few of those proposed projects were over $75,000. So those will have to be bid, correct?
No, because if we go with the state bid, we don't have to publicly bid them. If we go with Musco Lighting, they're approved as a state bidder, and they've already got their prices already set for a football field, a baseball field. They've already done that, so we can just tap into that like we've done in the past.
Well, Christina,
well, I wasn't aware that we were using a state bid for those things because we're just now hearing about it. So thank you.
But that's something that we could do, Christina, for something like that.
It's not the first we've heard about it. We talked about through the Wilson Center, right, Mark?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm talking about these new proposed projects. This is the first we've heard about these. So I didn't know that we were using state bids.
Well, some of that you're talking about, Christina, that's in those proposals are actually part of the bid package from the architects. And especially like the electrical package for each high school, that's $150,000, $160,000. That's part of the bid package for the architect. They'll bid that out. The lights, really, that's the big item that we're going to use the procurement method like we did, with moats and the turf, because we found that was the cheapest route, the most efficient, cheapest route to go.
Then you don't have to hire an architect.
Yeah. But a lot of the items in those two packages for Charlestown and Jeff will be bid out by the architect.
Okay.
Does that answer your question? I'm not understanding, Christina. I understand what you asked, but I'm not understanding what we didn't bid. Or,
We
I don't
haven't,
know.
we haven't bid any of it yet. This is what we
Right.
got from Musco as far as what it would cost if we wanted to do what we have listed on those two slides at Jeff and Charleston. So if we go with the Musco lights, like I said, that's a state bid, so we don't have to publicly bid that. The lighting, if Musco doesn't do it, then we'll have to publicly bid that one. And we'd probably have to hire an architect to design it or something, or maybe Musco could design it and just stamp it for us. There's a couple different ways we could look at it.
Okay.
But we
But
were
there's
just,
not anything that is being done that we have not either bid or approved.
no, these are just proposed projects that
Right.
we're bringing to the board with the
Okay.
extra we still have left in the bond issue.
Okay.
They will all be bid out either by the architect or by us, you know, whether it's like the safety net or fencing at Charlestown for the baseball, softball, that, you know, that'll be bid out. You know, it's all going to be bid out except for the lights. We just found that was like Tom said, the best route to take on the lights.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? The next slide I wanted to put in here is the 2016 bond issue. Again, this was multiple schools, so this money could be used at any school again. To Bill's point, Bridgepoint, JJ, Parkwood, Pleasant Ridge, TJ, Utica, Charlestown High, Jeff High, New Wash Middle High, and Corden Porter. We have approximately 200,189 remaining in this bond issue. And we were suggesting that this money could also be used to help offset the cost of Charlestown High's football lights. It's a proposal or an idea, you know, because we had $1,269,000 or whatever the number was on the second slide. And with these proposals, we thought we'd end up with about 250,000 somewhere around left, and we still have this extra 200,000. I'd like to use this money up first because technically we're supposed to use it within 3 years, or readjust it for another project. So because we've got everything listed here, we actually could just move that money over and take 200,000 out of this bond issue, or pay $200,000 worth of invoices on Charlestown High Lights, for example. And then that would close this one as far as the construction portion of the bond issue. The bond still goes for the 20 years, but the construction would end. And then we'd only have 2018, which is Franklin Square, and then 2019, which is the multiple schools that we just looked at. That's what we're suggesting.
Tom, is it my understanding that bond money that is left, like this is, like you just described, we're paying interest, right?
We're gaining interest on this money. It's minimal because the interest rate is so low. What you have to worry about is after 3 years is if you're making more in interest on the bond, on the construction money that you have versus what you're paying out every 6 months, that's where you have to worry. And right now we're paying out 4 to 5% interest on this bond issue, and we're only getting maybe 0.5%. So we're okay on that issue.
Well, we're
But
losing money.
according to Mr.
by letting
Peters,
it-
yeah,
by letting it set.
we should spend the construction money within 3 years after the project's been completed, and all of these projects have been completed.
And that was 2006, so it's been 14 years.
No, this is 2016,
Oh, I wrote it down incorrectly. I'm sorry.
4 years ago. Now, we were sitting with like $1.2 million, somewhere around there. And then we ended up coming back to the board and we did phase 2 of Parkview Middle School's HVAC renovation. And that brought the $1.2 million down, and we're down to 200,000 now. So, you know, we did use the money for phase 2. Otherwise, we would have to have done another bond issue for Parkview because of the problems that we were having there with black mold and things of that nature.
Has Parkview been totally mitigated now so that we have no more issues with the HVAC?
Todd would have to answer that one. I think we are. Todd?
Chillers are, because basically they were running with probably like a half of a chiller instead of two full chillers. Now they are, both of those are up and running. The new chillers are running. I know we've been looking at it more in the ESG project for the phase 2 round. Because what we really want to do is get rid of those unit ventilators in each classroom and distribute the air proportionally in those classrooms, kind of like we had at like North Haven with a different system. So we'll probably have to eventually do a phase 2 for the classrooms. But to get rid of the mold issue, the big issue was the chillers. They were just so old in that building, they weren't keeping up. And pretty much we had pretty much all those oil leaks on them consistently. Now we don't have to worry about that.
No, we brought in more power also, didn't we?
Yes, correct. That's all the switchgear and everything was replaced in that building as well. It was all pretty much outdated.
Now, are we up to the point where we're going to be able to support the power needs for another round of HVAC work in that building?
Yes, we have extra on that, so we shouldn't have any issue in the future in that building.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate it. Thank you for planning ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other questions on the 2016 bond issue? So that's what our idea would be, to use it on one of the projects in 2019.
Sounds good.
Okay, next one, ding. Here's the update on Franklin Square. And you could see I put cash balance on there. April 30th, our cash balance was $2,198,000 from the $15 million bond issue. Core, we still owe $437,000. So I'm showing all of these as deducts coming off of the $2,198,000. $600,000 for furniture was the budget I gave Karen, and she's strictly sticking to it, right, Karen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
HVAC commissioning, 30,000. Nahan bleachers, part of it was the agreement that we would put in bleachers at Nahan. House of Music for the speaker system at Nahan and also in our cafeteria. That's an actual 18,291. Voice over IP of 22,755. That's an actual number. Scoreboard installation, 11,882. I just threw in 50,000 for miscellaneous to cover anything that we're not aware of right now. And then I threw in, we had a meeting, Mark, Chad, and I, with Core Construction last Wednesday, I think it was. And they are going to ask for 153,215. So worst case scenario, if we deduct $1,383,000 for all these deducts, we're sitting with about $814,000, $815,000. And remember, we built Franklin Square so that it is solar ready. So this would be a nice way of using maybe $300,000-400,000 of the 815 to actually put solar in. And because Gordon Porter is so right next door, less than 30 yards away, 40 yards away at the most, we could run lines maybe underground and take two schools off the grid immediately. Granted, one's real small and the other one's 55,000 square feet, but that would be a start, and you'd put solar right in downtown Jeff, right next to the courthouse.
Can we use that for Gordon Porter since it's not part of the bond issue? Or if you run lines underground, does that not count, Tom?
It's connected.
I think put your hand up and not say anything, we might be able to just tie it in.
Well, usually when they do that too,
really all it would be is
a meter. It just goes to a meter on a different meter on site, and they just kind of offset it on the meter. So it really doesn't have to physically go to the building.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'd have quite a few options, but I think we would be able to do that.
that's a good thought to think about. It's nice that you have 815,000 left.
Hey, Todd, what do we spend a year utility costs there? Gordon Porter, and what's the projection, what we'd spend there at Franklin Square, about 50?
Probably 50,000 for electric a year. That's typical elementary. It would probably be a little lower because it's a little bit more efficient, but I'd say probably 40 to 50 probably would be the ballpark range for just
Gordon Porter's about 20 or 30.
Yep, Gordon Porter would be about that.
So we have eliminated one school. So basically, what was the cost for those schools projected to what our savings would be from Spring Hill and Maple.
Spring Hill and Maple, they were both about 50 to 55,000 a year on utility.
So we'll save around, okay, half of that.
Well, yeah, and if you did solar, which it's retrofitted for, you could save all that. You could save 70,000 a year
Yeah.
in utility costs. If you remember that presentation from Midwest Solar that guy that Chad brought in.
Okay.
Right.
It's something I would recommend we look at, doing. Probably be the first school building in Clark County taken off the grid. I don't know of any other buildings that are taken off the grid.
Now, how long would it take us to fit that school for the panels?
I've asked Midwest Wind and Solar to provide an estimate and a quote. So he's on his way down early next week after the holiday. And Mark Vondergren, who you all heard at a board presentation not that long ago, he'll be down. He'll give us a kind of a cost estimate, and then he'll put pen to paper and kind of give you, based on that estimate, a turnkey operational timeline.
Hey, Chad, how many square feet of roof up there are we committing to solar?
Well, right now you've got some rooftop units and things, so we'd have to deduct that, but you've got roughly about 20,000 square feet of roof that I think, because you wouldn't be able to use the gymnasium. Remember we scarred that and we put new foam insulation, but that's a wooden structure over top of the old gymnasium. But the new square footage that was infrastructure and built with that in mind for steel infrastructure to hold those panels, that's about 20,000 square feet.
I thought that was only on the area between the entry foyer and the Nahan Fieldhouse.
Yeah, it incorporates the cafeteria, which was a new
right
space, and then obviously the mechanical room and all of that new space along Court Avenue.
But it doesn't pick up anything over the old classroom buildings, does it? Those have the same issues with the roof.
Yeah, not the old classrooms, but what would be the third grade wing that runs along east and west of Court Avenue. That's all new space that you can put panels over.
Okay, how much parapet do we have up there on that building? How tall? I don't think it's that tall, is it?
Without knowing, I'd have to look into that and find out for you.
The reason I'm asking is because zoning may end up having something to say with us having panels up there exposed.
Yeah, I think we would have to work with Andy Crouch, the city engineer, and take a look at what market. This is something that Midwest Wind and Solar does, and they'll take all that into consideration. Of course, you'll have to have an angle. They're not as efficient when you put them on a roof application as they would be on a.
Well, they're still going to be at an angle.
Yes.
What I'm saying is, if by the time they're at an angle, you may be able to see some of them. And we had to, if I remember correctly, we had to screen the HVAC systems to meet city requirements.
We did. We stepped back a certain distance away, and then we did put those privacy screens up.
Right, because I know Jeffersonville.
Yeah.
Jeffersonville has forced some other buildings that I know of to put screens around their HVAC systems.
And some of that was by just the overall Lancer plus BB design and trying to step back away and not have that be aesthetically displeasing, I guess.
So 20,000 square feet. Okay. I'm just calculating
that'll
real quick in my head.
You also have a little bit of green space over there between what would be the basketball court area and 7th Street.
Right.
So there's a green space there that if you wanted to enclose that, you could probably capture, I'm going to say it's probably 5,000, square feet of space over there that you could then, and that would be a ground application as well.
But that's our green space the kids need to play in.
Well, no, that's actually outside of the fenced in area. We have a green space that's in between the two that we anticipate opening up for the kids.
Oh, okay. All right. You're talking. Okay.
This will be on the other side. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then also, wouldn't we also be able to use Gordon Porter's roof? I mean, if you look back at the prior slide, the 2016 bond issue, or go back to that one, the multiple school, Gordon Porter was in there. So you have $200,000 available if you wanted to use some of that money to put solar up on Gordon Porter.
Didn't you just say that we had to use that 200,000 on for
Football lights?
Yeah, for football lights.
It was a suggestion. I mean, there's various things that you could use it for, but say you needed 30,000 to put a couple solar panels up on Cordon Porter or run the electricity there, the money's there. You've got the money available in different bond issues.
Yeah.
Because Cordon Porter is part of that bond issue,
And
2016.
it's, you know,
Yes.
it's not terribly uncommon. One possibility would be you've seen, for lack of a better term, carport applications. You know, you've got the parking lot between Cordon Porter and Franklin Square. If you wanted to build that up and put that on some sort of a structure, you don't lose your parking lot, but you also gain a lot of surface area in between the two buildings where you could have panels as well.
Well, and I guess the question I want to ask all of the board members, are any of you opposed to us going ahead and looking at that as an option, you know, in terms of coming up with a cost to do solar there and
What's it going to cost us to actually come up with the options?
at least look that I have no idea.
Yeah.
The reason I'm bringing it up is because we've had two people that we trust, ESG and Train, tell us that solars doesn't work well here. And I can go back and get that documentation if I have to, but they both told us that. So I'm leery of solar. I'll be real honest.
Well, if you're not opposed, Bill, and the other board members, if you're not opposed, it's not going to hurt us at all to get Mark Vondergren and Midwest Wind and Solar down here, run the numbers, look at, you know, what it would cost to build out to about 90% of our energy usage, which is what they typically would do for a solar project. Looking at the infrastructure, giving us recommendation on where he thinks we would need to place the panels, how many. That's not any kind of an outward investment for us other than just our time and energy that we would have in having someone like that come down.
Well, that's why I asked how much it was going to cost us to develop the options. So,
Well, Ted,
yeah.
can you get Greg involved from ESG also?
Sure. Yeah. Midwest Wind and Solar's worked with ESG as well. So yeah, I don't think it's going to cost us anything to have them come down.
I mean, I'm sure ESG would give us a price on it.
Sure.
Well,
So-
we're not that dissimilar from Peak and Eastern, and they showed some good significant savings from that solar. So I think it's worth at least putting our foot in the water and seeing. I mean, I agree, you know, that solar can be difficult in certain areas, but I think, like I say, Pekin showed us a good saving. So I think it's worth at least looking into, even if it costs us a few bucks.
The
Yeah.
closest I've had
So
experience
Chad,
on,
are you saying, oh, I'm sorry.
the closest one I've had experience on is Florence, Kentucky, and Turkey Foot Middle School, and that's right outside the Cincinnati area, in Kentucky. That was like one of the first net zero schools at the time. And it's worked fine. If y'all ever want to visit up there, I can take you too.
Hey Todd, what's our projected energy use, electrical use on for Franklin Square? Do we know?
Around probably about 40 to 50,000.
Kilowatt hours?
40 to $50,000 a year, pretty much.
At what kind of rate would that normally be at?
Probably about 10
At
cents, 10 cents a kilowatt hour. But again,
So,
you know, Dukes could increase that to that 15% range.
so 400,000 kilowatt, 400,000 watts, 400,000 watt hours.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't think it hurts us to look. And, you know, I did see an article just the other day where all of the utilities in the state of Indiana petitioned the regulatory commission to go ahead and raise rates even higher because of losses that they're experiencing with COVID.
Yep. Right. Yeah, saw that.
That
I
might
know
be
we're
what
not
hurt.
voting on anything tonight and there are no action items. But is there an issue? Chad, are you saying that they will come and look at this? Is there going to be any outlay of dollars for us for them to do that?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay, so is there anybody who has a problem with them doing that?
Not as
Not
long as it's
me.
going to cost us. I mean, if we were looking at $200,000, yes, I might say something about it, but
I mean,
No,
that's not the
I think
case.
Chad just said that, no, it's not going to
Right,
cost us
that's what I'm
anything
saying.
for them to come
There's no
down.
cost involved. So,
I don't,
Okay,
I
yeah,
don't
we
think
could
it,
easily make it part of ESG scope and just say, hey, we want you to give us a price on what it costs there. This is not something we have to do in the next 2 months, you know. put it up in the next 2 months. You know, I was just thinking, let's get a price and see if that's a direction we want to go.
Mm-hmm.
And we still have some time on that bond issue to spend those extra dollars anyway, so.
Yeah.
This could be a possibility.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
it doesn't hurt to investigate.
Yeah.
No.
It's an option you have, which is great. You have money to do different options. Okay, next one. Mark, this is you.
Okay, one thing going back on, I think, if I remember right, Karen told me there's still maybe a couple of invoices on furniture that have to come in. So that 800,000 amount may come down just a tad more. Tom, you may know about what those are approximately, but there are.
The 600, Mark, the 600,000 was the budget I gave her, and I told her do not go over 600,000, and she promised me she won't.
Okay.
A couple more, she was way under the six.
Okay.
Tom, I'm here. I want to clarify. It's the budget is a little bit higher than that. That's why I told Mark, I'm like, clarify, because I don't want them to think that we overspent, because we haven't, but the invoices are going to come in higher than that.
So that we may eat into that 800 a little bit, but shouldn't be too bad. Now the next thing I want to do on the agenda here is talk about year 2 of the 5-year facility plan. You know, as you guys know, we laid this out during strategic planning process. Hopefully you guys can see it all. I tried to combine and compress things because on the recommendation from Tom and Thomas Peterson, our bond attorney, they both told me it'd be easier if you compress things together when you do the bond. So it looks a little different than the original 5-year plan, but the same things are still in there for the most part. There hasn't been a lot of significant changes. The first item on there is, adding classroom space onto Utica Elementary. As you know, we have people that want to transfer in there every year. We tell them no, typically. And there's Ellingsworth Commons, all those homes are going up. We probably need to do something there. That's one item. We would hope to build 6 to 8 classrooms onto Utica Elementary. That's, I have $3 million set aside there. Pleasant Ridge Elementary, access control cameras, map, brick, tuck pointing, and furniture, 250,000. Then we have 350,000 for maintenance vehicles. If you remember the Charlestown High School locker room project and auditorium renovation was in year 2. We have 3 million set aside for that. And when you're talking about, we've talked about the need to have a locker room for Charlestown and Jeffersonville that's outside, that has the room for the players to go into, that has a concession stand, bathrooms, office space for the coaches, so they're not visiting teams aren't coming in and out. And like I said at the community events right now, at halftime, the players, Charlestown players have to go over there beside the tennis courts and pee in the woods, and meet in the woods, which, those are something we need to fix. We have 150,000 for New Wash Middle High tennis courts track, just to repair those and patch. As you know, when we did the renovation at Charlestown Middle and River Valley, they really didn't touch the bathrooms. So it's still the original bathroom. So we have 475,000 in renovating the bathrooms and getting those fixed at Charlestown Middle. And then next year, the following year, we would do River Valley in the facility plan. We have 800,000 for roof replacement, corporation-wide and Riverside. 375,000 for paving. If you've been around to some of our schools, some of the pavement at some of our schools getting pretty bad.
Yeah.
Falling apart. We have 125,000 at Wilson Elementary for PA system, radios, access control, fire alarms. Another 500,000 for buses. Then we have security cameras, access control, and ballistic film for safety and security projects throughout the district at 850,000.
Well,
Now,
Mark, tell Renee to go to slide 2, the next slide.
Renee, go slide 2. I can tell you, like Charlestown High School still has the old cameras that you can't zoom in. They're not HD. You can't see anything. And I think a lot of our schools still have those old cameras. I think Jeff High and New Wash are the only ones that really have the good cameras that you can really zero in on what's going on in your parking lot, and see what's going on. And, access controls, we need to update the panels and the pads and things of that nature. And the ballistic film is something that a lot of school districts are doing, especially in their front entrances, so people can't just bust into your school. And then the last piece is the ESG, energy savings projects piece for LED, air quality, and solar. We have 8 million set aside. All along, we've said we'd put around 7.5 to 8 million towards energy savings, because we got to reduce our operational expenses. I mean, right now we're paying $2.8 million a year in utility costs, and we got to reduce that because our operational fund's going in the wrong direction. So we got to do something there, and just a reminder that we've already passed you guys already passed the project development agreement for ESG. So we have to do some kind of project with them, or we will owe them the amount that was listed in that project development agreement if we don't do some kind of phase 1 project with them. So, just that amount right there totals up 17,875,000. Now, I will say that the series 2014 bond debt ends and comes off the books, which was 4.438 million. If you remember Stiefel's presentation, Stiefel, if you remember, said based on where our assessed value is, based on the tax rate dropping to 97 cents, based on them feeling good about the assessed value going up at least the next 2 or 3 years, over 3%, probably closer to 4, maybe 5%. That if you remember their presentation, the very first Zoom meeting we did, they said we could easily spend 20, 21, 22 million dollars, and the tax rate would end up at $1.10 where we want it. So all the items listed there that you can see and I just named off, we could easily do those items. And we could actually add, frankly, it would be my recommendation to go ahead and add the locker room project at Jeffersonville High School, just so both projects are being done at the same time. And that would take it up to 20,875,000. And Stiefel, if you recall, said we would have the ability to do that, and it should put the tax rate at $1.10 where we said we wanted to get it and keep it. Now, first, let me stop there and ask, do you have any questions about the $17,875,000 part that you want to ask real quick?
How big is Utica right now? How many students do we carry out there?
I think it's right at 580, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's about 525 or 530.
So if we add 7 rooms, we're looking at another 175 students, figuring 25 per room.
26, 27 is what,
Okay, so
26 is
yeah,
what our ratio is.
right. So 7 rooms times 20, I'm just saying 25, it's 175 students. And then we're at 580 right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to put that
No,
school at
530.
530.
530.
So that's going to put that school at 700 students.
Yes.
That's pretty big for an elementary, isn't it?
No,
I think that's the trend. I mean,
I know it's the trend, but
most new elementaries that are being built are 700-800 students, usually around 700, because research, what they say is that's the best size of an elementary in terms of staffing, intervention, all those things you consider.
I thought Dr. Mellon told us it was between 5 and 650. That IU had come up with that.
Yeah.
Wasn't that right, Milt?
Well, I don't remember that, but I was in I was in Fairfax, Virginia. They had student elementary school at 900, and they had 47 different languages. Everything seemed to run very smooth. Yeah, I think sometimes we have to understand people want to go to Utica. People want to go to Utica Elementary School. So when you deny them, they look for other places to go.
They leave our corporation.
They leave our corporation, but that's Utica has an image. As I try to tell people, all the schools are good, but Utica has an image, and people want to send their kids to Utica. So that's the reason we are where we're at with Utica.
Yeah.
All right.
And they're running out of space. Laura,
I agree with that. No doubt about that.
Yeah.
Laura, I'm going to bring you in here because you're in a different part of the state. What do you see out of elementaries up there? What kind of size do you see?
Well, because of what the legislation has done, they are promoting the 700 to 1,000. So maybe you were told that many years ago, but as the shift goes along, the reason they're promoting that is because eventually consolidation is going to happen. So that's why if you have a chance to go ahead and you have constituents that want that, then I highly recommend it if you have that opportunity to get there, because that's where they're really wanting you to go. And you are right. If they don't get the school that they want, they will go to other corporations, not just another school building. They'll go to another corporation. And
let me ask you this: that 700 to 1,000, is that due to unit cost per child for education?
Correct. Now, what's also played into the factor is the ESSA requirements. Now, you have to make sure that you are, equitably spending efficient funds altogether, not just federal funds per building. So now the state is at a level where they're having to report federally how much they're spending. And so that's why that promotion of increasing, I've had to close school buildings where they keep the space is 500 because the building is over 50 years old. And we went down to about 220 kids. We didn't win referendum, and we had to close that building because it's just not efficient to run that type of building. So that's why they're really looking into increasing. We increased our other building by 250 kids and was able to fit them in just fine.
So just so I'm understanding properly, we're looking at efficiency, which amounts to economies of scale, which comes down to dollars spent per student per year to educate them.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
And unfortunately, with what we're going through right now, I think that's going to get a lot tighter over the next 6 to 8 months.
Last thing I'd add is that we have a school that is very highly recommended academically, and it's very underpopulated right now too. You know where I'm talking about?
Yes.
New Washington.
Yep.
So, okay. I'll leave it there. I won't do any further. So.
Hey, Bill.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you were already on the board, but Tom did something for us because we were interested in what schools were costing.
Right.
And I asked him to do a per pupil cost.
Right.
Taking into, the salaries of teachers and administrators and electrical and all that business, everything
Right.
that costs to run that school, and then divide by the number of students.
Right.
And if I'm not wrong, Tom, correct me, our most efficient school was Jeff High.
Yeah, because it was such a large school.
Right. It's economies of scale.
And I think our least efficient was New Wash Middle. New Wash.
You're exactly right, because
either
you
that
have
or
more
or
staff.
or Silver. Excuse me. I'm in the wrong county.
Spring Hill and Maple.
Spring Hill and Maple. Yeah.
Right. Because they're smaller, they cost more per student to operate. I realize
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and I think Tom and Laura would tell you, and I personally believe this, is it has handcuffed us as a district over the last 8 to 10 years because, we have these small schools, small elementary schools only have 350, 375 students. And
Okay.
there's a price to pay for everything. It impacts, everybody.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing at all that a student, if we put 1,000 kids, if we could put 2,000 kids in an elementary school, it's going to be more cost efficient than 1,000.
Yeah.
No doubt.
And Mr. Hawkins, to address the Washington versus Utica, trust me, over the last 2 months, I have been researching the property there because I'm looking for a home.
Okay.
And construction is really, it seems like there is a big bubble that is going near the Utica area. And there is construction going in Washington, so that doesn't mean that we're not ever going to look at that area, because I can tell you that there's homes that are going up closer to that as well. So, as a problem of losing students that's in my district, gaining students as well becomes a problem. So, you have to make sure you address those efficiently. So if you have those students that can get there, plus your transportation costs play into this as well.
Right. One of the things that I don't know that you may not be aware of it, but we've talked about this for several months is working to try to move or entice some of our students to move or transfer to New Washington, which does incur transportation cost. However, whenever we look at the cost to lose those students to Rock Creek or some of the other schools around here, it still costs us less to transport them than it does to lose them. So
Correct. But what I'm seeing is so much construction coming up near that way.
Mhm.
So, there'll be probably a time in the future after doing all the research and speaking to realtors, because I'm doing twofold. I'm learning about your district and trying to find myself a house that, we're probably gonna have to look in that area as well.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
and what we're talking about here is certainly going to be brought into major focus with the facility study and a demographic study that'll be done and presented to the board still yet this year.
Right. And we've talked about, Milton and I have talked about it along with some other board members, that eventually we're going to have to redistrict, or it appears as though we're going to have to redo that. So.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, as a new superintendent, you get bombarded with vendors, whether it be architects, contractors. It seems like that first 6 months, every single contractor and architect in the state tried to come and talk to me. And the first few months, I took the hook and met with most of them, it seemed like. But almost every single one of them said the same thing, is that you guys have way too many buildings in this district. And that'd be my question to Kim and Karen. How many current elementaries do we have that have less than 400 students?
What, Mark?
Yeah.
While they're looking at that, it's very simple. When we had a student population of 12,000, I'll just break it off to 12,000. Other number of elementary schools were sufficient, but now we're down to 10,000, whatever. Okay. So we know that there's some schools that should be consolidated because of the number of students that we have at the elementary level. Now we know that New Washington, anyone talks about closing, that's crazy, because there will be growth there, and plus that is, if I was living up there, I don't care if there was 100 kids. We don't need to transport those kids or on the bus just to get to school. So to me, that's a good area. That school needs to be there.
I agree.
But we've got some schools here that are close together that we need to build a new school because they're old. So when we start looking at, I'll just toss in TJ and Wilson right there together. Wilson used to be a middle school. So basically, where that field is, you could combine and make one school, and you could we can cut some costs and provide good education, not better, but good education to those kids and provide even more. So, I mean, I'm just tossing that on, I'm just throwing that stuff out in there. There's things that we should do as a board because our funds are not the same anymore.
Yeah. Well, and for the sake of transparency, I'll tell you right now, I'm not asking you to consider this. I'm just saying it is what it is. And if there's another elementary school that easily could be merged into 2 other elementary schools right now. You have an elementary school that sits in the middle of 2 other elementary schools that has about 360 students.
Mhm.
That half of them could go to the new downtown school and the other half could go to another school right down the road.
That's right.
And you could eliminate that 360 size school and still provide an excellent education for those students.
That's right, because they're all in walking distance.
Yeah.
Mr. Loeffner, we have 4 schools that are under 400 and
What I thought.
Franklin Square will sit right around 400, and then TJ, Bridgepoint, and New Washington Elementary.
So, and I think, once we do the facility study, that'll guide us. And I'm going to talk about that here next, but are there any other questions on the top part of that year 2 that concern you, or, I mean?
I think on year 2, if we're trying to keep our tax rate at $1.10, I think we need to, as we were advised, to do a certain amount so that we can maintain that year after year instead of going fluctuating up and down. Because I think that aggravates people more than anything.
Yeah.
Right.
And I agree. Now let me ask you this question. What are your thoughts on adding the Jeffersonville High School locker room project to the rest of that, which would make the total about, a little over 20,875,000.
Could I go back to the roof replacement there?
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
And I may be mistaken on this, and Todd will have to correct me because, and of course you were along with us whenever we did our ride back in, I think March or late February. I thought Utica School, if I remember right, Utica School had a bond issue or was included in a bond issue for about $1 million for the roof. And then we came back, we only had to spend, I think, 60,000 to patch it up some. Am I correct on that, Todd? Was that the school we're talking about that has the parapet issues?
Yeah, Utica and Pleasant Ridge, because they're both, sister
Okay.
schools.
So are we going to look at anything on those 2 schools, given this project, given the second year, since we know that those schools are having leakage issues? Or is that perhaps out of the issue?
That's part of the 800,000 bill in the roof replacement corporation-wide.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about just the corporation building. My mistake.
No, the school, just schools in the district.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, not the admin building, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
My belief is that, Stiefel says we have the capability to do 21 million. That we go ahead and move the Jeffersonville High School locker room project into this year 2 instead of doing it in year 3. That way, both of them are being done at the same time. We're still doing a good chunk of this year 2 bond would be energy savings, which ESG estimates that they're going to be able to save us between $600,000 and $700,000 a year with what they're going to do. Of course, we got to see, they got to bring that to the table, but that's what they estimate. So
would that Jeffersonville locker room also include any of the problems that Todd had whenever those valves failed over top of our computer systems?
No, because this would really be a building right there out by the bleachers.
Okay. All right. Separate building.
Yeah.
Are we still, what's our condition with those pipes in the backside of that building, Todd?
They're looking at that. Actually, ESG is looking at that because mostly affects most of those HVAC systems on that backside.
So that would be part of the 8 million possibly?
That'd be part of their package possibly.
Okay. All right. Good. That concerned me. Thank you.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
Mark,
I
given
think
that all of,
Go ahead, Christina.
Oh, go ahead, Christina.
I'm just, my understanding, unless something has drastically changed in the legislature, both of your proposals are going to be subject to petition remonstrance, correct?
That's where I was going to go also.
I don't, they would be very similar to what we did this year because we wouldn't spend more than 5,175,000 at any given building or school. Tom, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, essentially that's what we did this year. In no building will we be spending more than that amount.
Correct. It goes up a little bit every year. This year it was 5,175,000. Next year it'll go maybe 5,250,000 or something.
So
we can buy or without going to a petition.
Yeah. So as long as you don't go over that amount at any one school, then you don't fall into that. And that's exactly what we did this year. Actually, Charlestown this year in year one had the most, and they fell right at that 5,100,000.
Does
So
that mean
doesn't the Utica one go over?
No, it's just 3 million.
Classrooms?
It's just 3 million.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, I was looking at that.
And see, the 8 million would be spread out over different schools throughout the corporation, probably all the secondary schools to begin with the LED lighting. So we would have to be careful and monitor that to make sure we don't go over that amount, Christina.
Well, the amount's 15 million, right?
Yeah, but for each individual school, it's 5,175,000, Tom?
Yes.
So as long as you don't spend more than 5,175,000 at any one school or one facility, then you're fine.
Okay.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, Laura, you guys both.
No, you're right, Mark. But I think this year it's a little bit more than 5,175,000.
Yeah, I think it goes up a certain percentage every year. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 3 or 4% it goes up.
Yeah. So it'll probably be about 5,250,000, something like that.
That's what I would think.
Okay. Now, I'm going to jump down a little bit. And this goes back to what we just talked about, in terms of the year one facility plan and having to deal with 3 or 4 different architects, 3 or 4 different contractors, basically playing a guessing game with the architects on how much the project's going to cost. And then they come in over bid and then we got to scramble for money, What I would like to do with this year 2 is, we already have ESG that's going to do about 8 million, of year 2 with the energy stuff. I would like, and you guys would have to pull up the RFP document that you have. And if you remember way back about a year ago, CORE presented different delivery methods. And I'm not saying we're going to go with CORE, but they presented different options of delivery methods.
Mark, do you want me to pull it up?
Yes, please pull up that RFP. And I've talked to you guys about this in terms of wanting to try this as a corporation. I've talked to several superintendents throughout the state that have used this. Purdue University is using this method for all their projects. That we do an RFP for a CMC contractor that basically it's somewhat similar to the RFQ we did with ESG, but basically you're doing an RFP and you can read through the one that is listed there. You list out project information and the total, cost that you think you want to spend. And then the different contractors put in their proposal, to be the CMC. We select the CMC. We then sit down with that contractor, design all these different projects, whether it be at Utica, Jeff High, Charlestown High. They get the larger bids, the larger items, they go ahead and bid out. We come up with a guaranteed max price. And this happens over the next, 4, 5, 6 months. And then by November, we're ready to do a bond and we know exactly what we need to bond for. And we're not guessing anything. So, I mean, you guys could read through that. It's pretty straightforward. This example was actually taken from a school district up by Indianapolis, Tri-West Hendricks, that they use this method. And like I said, I've talked to several superintendents that use this method. So I guess I wanted to get your thoughts on using this type of method for these projects. Because then essentially what we would be doing is on the energy side, we would be dealing with ESG, and on the bricks mortar construction side, we would be dealing with one other contractor.
But we do an RFP, we do an RFP for that.
Yes.
Okay, so we get to look at several. Now, if we did that, and then that was for our projects or several of our projects for year 2, after those projects are completed, then if we were not, let's say we were 80% satisfied with that company, we would not have any other ties to that company. Is that correct? If we wanted to go into
Correct.
year 3 and do something different?
Yeah, you could do another RFP, and use a different contractor as a CMC contractor, or we could use a different delivery method if we're not happy with it.
Okay.
But
So they're gonna give us a guaranteed maximum bid up front?
well, that's part of the design with them, according to the superintendents I've talked to. Once you select the contractor that's going to be the CMC, you sit down and then you start the design piece, just like we're doing with ESG. They go out and get some hard bids on the bigger items, and then together you develop a guaranteed maximum price that whether
So
if
what-
it's 3 million,
What are the criteria that we are using to make the selection for the CMC?
well, if we use this example, Renee, if you want to go through it, it lists all that out in terms of the RFP response outline, what the businesses have to provide us. It's very similar to that RFQ that we did with ESG.
So basically, we're doing another RFQ.
Well, yeah, it's very similar to that. Now,
Okay.
all the superintendents I've talked to, they've done it as an RFP instead of an RFQ, but.
Mark,
Well, I mean, go ahead.
my understanding, if we went that route and you put a maximum amount, if it went over that, it would be on them, correct, financially?
Yes. Once you've gone through the design phase and they've bid out the bigger items and you've agreed to a guaranteed maximum price, there's no change orders. And if anything goes over, that's on them, not us.
But that design phase doesn't happen until after the contractor or the construction manager is selected. Correct?
Correct. Yeah. So
to answer your question, it sounds to me, Milt, as though, no, we don't have a guaranteed maximum before we make the selection.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that is true. Well, here's my concern. If we, let's say we bid out each of these projects individually. I just feel like we're going to end up in the same situation where we have an architect guessing on what they think the cost is going to be. So we bond that amount, and then we get bids, and then we're scrambling to try to find $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, and how are we going to do what we want to do? Whereas, in this process, we should know exactly what we want to bond.
I'd like to review it a little bit more before I make a final conclusion on it. When,
Well,
when
we're
do we
not,
need, when do
I
we
mean,
need
we're
an
not
answer on
voting on
this?
anything. These are
Right.
not action items.
Well, I think,
Right.
I don't plan on bringing the RFP to the meeting on the 26th, but I think it'd be wise for us to get things going, at least that first meeting in June.
Okay.
Or at least the second meeting in June, so so that we can get going.
This document is in board docs. If you log in, you can see it under executive content.
Okay.
What, Renee, will you just email it to them also? So
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
pull
Sure
up.
can.
I mean, this is an example that basically we made, you know, from another school district up around Indianapolis that, you know, we put our information in, you know, what it would look like here in Greater Clark. So. Okay, so you guys will review that and give me some feedback.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. I will, at least.
All right.
Can't speak for the rest of them, but
I will.
Now, the next item is a facility study. Now, as you know, as part of ESG's PDAs, project development agreements, you know, they're reviewing our energy equipment throughout the district and our mechanical equipment throughout the district. We talked about doing a third project development agreement with ESG, but they wouldn't include that in phase one of their work. So we haven't moved forward with that. And I guess my question is, how do you want to move forward with the facility study? I mean, like I said, ESG is going to do the energy and mechanical. If we know for sure we're going to do a phase two with ESG, then you know, we can bring that third PDA where they do the electrical also facility piece.
Mhm.
You know, however, if we approve that PDA for them to do the electrical review study, and we don't do a phase two with ESG, then, you know, we're going to have to pay them $225,000, which scares me, frankly. You know, so I guess I want your feedback on, and what Renee pulled up, and we'll email this to you also. Renee, email this to all of them too, so it's easier to pull up. This is a facility study that was shared with me by Lancer Beebe. That, you know, we could have ESG do the energy and mechanical, and then Lancer Beebe does the rest of it. I've talked to them a couple of times, and they're pretty reasonable in terms of what, you know, what their fees are on this. Or, you know, or we could do an RFP for this, you know, to do a facility study. But I do think we need to do one pretty quickly, you know, because the last one was done in 2014. So what are your thoughts on ESG doing the electrical, or them not doing the electrical, or, you know, do we bring another company in like Lancer Beebe or some other architect to do it? You know, give me some feedback on that.
Well, I think we've got to get a second project lined up for the electrical. Or we're going to end up paying that 200 and whatever it is, thousand, like
I
you
agree.
said.
I agree
Like,
with Teresa.
yeah, we've got to think ahead on that one. And I don't want to pay him 200 and whatever it is, thousand. So
Yeah.
I would say any opportunity that we would have in phase two or beyond. Now, how many years do we have before that would kick in? As far as an additional,
Like if ESG did the,
yes.
well,
Yes.
We don't have a phase two obligation at this point.
No,
correct?
we've not. Correct.
correct.
That's-
Right
Okay,
now we
that's
have
what
no-
I thought.
Yeah.
But we have an obligation that we have to use them again, right?
Just
No.
for this project.
No.
Just this
Oh,
first
no.
phase. Just phase one.
They
Okay.
did an engineer, if I understand correctly, they did an engineering study for the first phase, which includes, as you said, I guess, natural gas, electrical energy use
And mechanical.
and mechanical
exactly.
equipment. But
They-
what the 212,000 or 220,000 study is to evaluate the electrical equipment in our buildings. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. And in order for us to not have to pay that 220,000 fee, we would have to do a phase two energy
Right.
performance contract with them.
That's what I was saying. We would obligate ourselves
Yes. Which,
to either do that or we're going to have to fork over the $200,000.
But at this point, we don't have to do anything else with them, and we don't owe them
Right.
anything.
We
That
haven't
100
we haven't committed
folded
to
that.
we haven't committed to
Yes.
the 220,000.
That 100 and a quarter is just folded into the project that we've agreed to at this point.
Right.
yeah, and that's why my recommendation would be to, you know, let's find an architect group, whether it's Lance or BB or Schmidt and Associates or somebody that, I mean, this example I shared with you is it's pretty thorough. You guys can look it over and give me feedback on it, you know, and that they come in and finish off the rest of it.
I know I guess a couple of things I would say is the 220,000. If we have them if we have ESG do a second project, that 220,000 is built into their fee.
Yes.
So we're going to pay them $220,000, whether we only get the paperwork and the study, or whether we have them do the work and do the study. So, yeah. But I would also say that $220,000 for a full-fledged electrical evaluation of our entire system is not
that bad.
Yeah.
It's not unreasonable.
Well, that's why I'm asking, you know, do we want to pursue that with ESG, knowing that we're then obligating ourselves to do a phase two with them no matter what? Or do we just want to have a different group do the rest of this facility study?
What other things would we be having for ESG to do after we just spend the 8 million with them? What else do we have? Because that's going to take care of lighting through the entire system, correct? Or only in certain buildings? Or
Only
do
in
we know
certain
yet?
buildings. Would be
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Well, you know, I know that people feel differently about RFQs, RFPs. You know, I think that's probably what it boils down to individually, that, you know, what what we're gonna say. I feel like if we spent so much time as a committee and, you know, just to get an trying to say, look, let's do this RFQ and let's choose this company. And it was just, you know, it's not like I don't want to do work. That's not it. It's just that if we've chosen this company, I don't really have any problems giving this company another project. And some people may disagree because they don't like the RFQ. They'd rather have RFP everything and, you know, go with different people. And so again, you know, I have no problems. I was on that committee. We sat through presentations. There are good companies out there. You know, we chose this one. And I think the ultimate goal for those of us who did approve that was to build a long-term relationship with that company. So that's where I stand, and I was part of that committee. So
Yeah, and I feel the same way. It's no knock on ESG at all. I want to point out that I think we're all in agreement that we need to do a facility study as soon as we can. And if we go ahead and do that third PDA with ESG to where they're doing the electrical analysis review, we're pretty much locking ourselves in that we're going to have to do a phase two with them, you know, before they even do any work for us.
Well,
So Mark, can I ask if you could do something for us? I mean, I know you're asking us for our opinions at this time, but you're more invested in this than I am. Maybe some of the other board members are more invested, but I would like for you and Chad and whomever to sit down and make a list of what are the positives and the negatives, or something to that effect, to let us know what you're thinking.
Yeah.
You're our superintendent. I like to do what you think is best for our school corporation. But I need a little bit more information than just thinking about it, because I don't know what to think.
Yeah.
And I,
I'll just tell you, I
teacher.
don't know what to think.
Well, and that's why I wanted to share that example with you, the Lancer BB one, and just what different, firms have to offer in terms of a facility study. So we can certainly do that. I'll be honest with you, I'm leaning more towards just having another firm come in and complete the rest of the study and not doing the second. I don't really want to sign that third PDA with ESG until we see them do some work in our district.
I agree with that.
Well, I don't disagree with that either. And that's one of the things I would like to see what they can do. But the other side of this is Lancer Beebe is going to bring in somebody else to do the electrical engineering also. I mean, I don't know what's in this. I haven't read this, and I apologize for not reading it ahead of time, but they're an architectural firm, aren't they?
Yes.
As an architectural firm, they're going to rely on our engineering firm to do exactly what we would be asking ESG to do. So I'm not saying, right now, I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just pointing out that Lancer Beebe is going to hire some kind of an electrical engineering firm to do the same work that we would be asking ESG to do. It could be more, it could be less money. I don't know, but I'm just saying that's who's going to do the work as electrical engineer.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and we'll sit down, Tom. We'll bring Laura into the picture. She's dealt with this a lot too. And we'll come up with a recommendation. I just wanted to get a feel for where you guys are at. I think we all agree we need to do a facility study. And the next item I was going to talk about, I think we all agree we need to do a demographic study also.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Right.
And
yeah.
what we'll do as part of this is go out and do some research on who the best. I know New Albany Floyd just did a demographic study with a group out of Texas, and according to Brad Snyder, they paid about, I want to say they paid about $40,000 to do it. So we'll do some research on who's out there doing the demographic studies, who are the best, and bring that to you also. Because I really think, we need to do the facility study, the demographic study, and I'd really like to do the policy analytics study all at the same time. So that, the facility study, we know where we're at with our facilities. The demographic study, we know if we need to redistrict or not, where our growth is. And the policy analytics study deals with our tax base, property taxes, circuit breakers, and TIF districts. And I think it'd be a good time to do all three things so that we have a very clear picture of where we're at and where we need to go.
Hey, Mark, on the demographic, go ahead, Teresa.
I was going to ask Christina a question. Christina, do you remember who did our demographic study before? Was it not part of the facility study?
Yes, it was that lady from Michigan, I thought.
Yeah. But wasn't it part of the facility study though?
Yes, it was a precursor to it, I believe.
Right. Okay.
One thing I would like to suggest is that whenever we're looking for people that are going to do a demographic study, no matter who it is, would we be able to look back at their history over past studies that they've done compared to the way things have turned out to see whether they were accurate or relatively accurate?
Sure.
I mean, it's just a thought.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
No, I think that's a great point, Bill. It's a forecast. We all know that, but how good is their forecasting?
Right. Same thing you're going to look at when you're choosing a mutual fund. So.
Is there a reason why we couldn't save a lot of money on the demographic study by utilizing One Southern Indiana? I mean, they gave us a really good picture of demographics when they came in to do their proposal or their presentation. And they're here, they know exactly what's going on legislatively, land-wise, business-wise. So I'm just curious about utilizing them as a community partner and possibly saving that money.
Yeah, we could certainly look into it. I don't know how much they drill down the data, in terms of actual neighborhoods and, but we could look into it for sure.
Does Stiefel do the last one you mentioned, the statistical study?
No, it's actually a group called Policy Analytics. They're out of IU Bloomington, or out of Bloomington. And Laura, have you had any experience with them?
They are spot on because they had to do our study. We're getting hit with circuit breaker, and they estimated our circuit breaker loss to be approximately 2.4 million, and they got us at right now we're experiencing 2.334. So in our world, that's spot on.
Yeah.
They haven't missed assessed value growth, any tax dollars, the property values. They are so spot on, and they are used quite a bit. And the DUAB has all the reports out on all the schools throughout the state of Indiana. And if you are producing data that's from Policy Analytics, they stand firm in your data with you. So I highly recommend them, and they're not that expensive, actually.
Yeah, I talked to them last year about this time, and I think to do a study, they said it'd be around $10,000, $12,000. And that's a complete study of the district's tax base. Everybody I've talked to says they give you excellent information. So,
I mean, honestly, that's pocket change. You could spend that right now without coming to us at all.
yeah.
Tell them, Bill, that's your restaurant bill.
That's true. He can. So
I've had to use them a couple of times because of different scenarios. I mentioned going for a referendum, so we had to get an analysis then. And then, of course, we have to get analysis after because we had a TIP district move in, which was a casino, and what our property values became because we lost that referendum, and with Gary Schools being taken over by DUAB. So we've had to use them a couple of times, and they, again, were so fantastic through the whole process. And they provide you very clear understanding reports, because when you get into that statistic analysis, it can get real deep, but they can deliver it to you very well. So that way you can see what they looked at. So.
Well, that's all I have on my part. If you would look over like that facility analysis, by Lance or BB, and I'm not saying so that we could use Lance or BB, I'm just saying, is that in depth enough for you? Does it provide the information we think we need? And also we'll meet Todd, Tom, and Laura and Chad. And if you have any questions about year 2 of the facility plan, email me and I'll answer them. But I'd like to look over that RFP for the CMC contractor. And we're going to have to get moving on this fairly quickly over the next month. At least by the end of June. To get things where we need them to be and know what at least know what we need to bond for these projects. So
understood.
So next up is Kim, Karen, and Melissa are going to present to you our thoughts about a Greater Clark Virtual Academy. And really, it's an idea we talked about last year during strategic planning, that we're losing too many students, whether it be to homeschool or because their child has anxiety or depression or health issues or whatever the case. and we talked about creating our own virtual academy or expanding our virtual platform, and this is an idea we would like to bring to the board on the 26th, to go ahead and create this. The timing is perfect from the standpoint of what's going on with COVID-19 and who knows, what we'll be doing with the start of school. So it's another platform that we can enroll students in Greater Clark, keep them enrolled, and make sure they get educated and graduate. So I'm going to turn it over to Kim and Karen and Melissa.
All right, thank you, Mark. As we kind of dug into this project, we realized that our students, our society, our students come to us with a variety of needs, and the schooling options for them need to be broadened to be able to meet those needs. Whether it be, as Mr. Loeffner said, whether it's medical issues, whether it's just a preference, if it's other concerns that they have. We receive calls every year about what types of alternate options do we have to the traditional face-to-face classroom. Parents are asking about online options. We also have many homeschooling co-ops who want to partner with us and are interested in course offerings. So Renee, if you would go ahead and skip to the third slide. And then our reason number two is because of the current state of our world. COVID-19 has changed everything. And so parents right now, all of us are trying to make decisions. We're trying to understand what are the best decisions for our future. So confidence levels due to this contagion and safety concerns, the traditional model is somewhat unpredictable to folks. People are not certain what their work schedules are going to look like, what kind of daycare settings or options they're going to have. So we have sought some data to try to determine what types of options or educational products do we need to offer our families so that every family that comes to us knows in their heart that they have their child at the right place. And we have several different products to offer them as far as educational programming. On Renee, I'm sorry, it's the third, there you go. So in our data collection, Melissa and Karen are going to talk specifically about what we've learned from our community. But this is just an example of one of the several quotes we have received back. I would love the opportunity to keep doing e-learning at home for the entire school year. If not, I will pull my child out of the school to continue her learning with a homeschool curriculum until she returns for the 2021-22 school year. These are not feelings of anger or dissatisfaction, but it's just the concern of the world. Also, if they have situations where they have family members with compromised immune systems, they're just trying to search every possible option and make the best decision. And we want to honor that. We want to value the needs of our families and communities and look into other opportunities that would still provide an optimal education, but through a different means.
Okay. I'm your data collector. So we sent a survey out about 2 weeks ago now, and as of just about 2 minutes ago, we've had 2,188 parents fill that out. It did go out in Spanish and English, and we did have a number of Spanish families complete that as well. These numbers were tabulated as of Friday so that we could prepare the presentation for you to see. But I can tell you that when it went out at 8 or 9 o'clock that Wednesday morning, from 5 minutes in where we had 100 people who had taken it so far until we tabulated on Friday, the results maybe adjust about a percentage point, fluctuate. So we feel like this is really good, clean data based upon our enrollment of over 10,000 students. So the overall first choice, we basically offered all 4 of these choices and said, what would be your first, second, or third choice, just so we could get a judgment of the number of people that are willing to do whatever we provide, but also temper, what that confidence level is in between those choices. So the first choice data is in front of you. We only had 43.2% of all of those families that said that they are going to trust the traditional program right now. And by the way, it's for the safety of COVID, not because of dissatisfaction, as Dr. Hartledge stated earlier. The hybrid program, the wording on that said, maybe a rotation of a few days at home, a few days in the traditional model, just to, provide that social distancing and in a rotation. 19.4% said that sounded like the better option. 28.8 said, you know what, I want to stay online and e-learning until the pandemic is over. And 8.6% as their first choice said, I think it's going to take all year for me to get confident. Okay, Renee, thank you. Okay, so these were the top choices for second choice. So as you can see, 14.5 for the traditional, 48.8 for the hybrid, 23% just until the pandemic is over, let's stay home, and then 14.6% saying they would like an online program all year. So ultimately, the big number that we looked at is on the next slide. The number one reason we gave the survey was to figure out a good estimate of, if school resumes tomorrow, how many of our students wouldn't come back? They would seek another online program or switch to homeschooling until COVID was over, or maybe even for the long term. And so when you combine the first choice of the traditional model being the first or second choice, only 57.7% of our parents listed the traditional model as their first or second. So just to make everybody take a breath of relief, we are not gonna not have our traditional program. We have to offer our traditional brick and mortar program. Many of our families are gonna need us when they do go back to work, regardless of the situation we're in with COVID. So that's not an option to not have our traditional program, just, complying to any executive orders, obviously, that are on the table. But we're looking at maybe 40% of our population looking for a different option, homeschooling or online. And we want to be able to provide that for them, because a lot of those numbers wanting to go online said that they just wanted to wait till the pandemic was over. So imagine this, several families wait, they homeschool. Homeschooling is hard. Maybe they don't get connected with the right curriculum. Maybe the online program isn't the best fit for their student. And now there's been weeks before they figured that out. And then when they get back to us, the gaps have increased. So this is not just about keeping our enrollment so that we can continue to pay our employees and our teachers, but it's also about making sure that we don't expand out those gaps while they're experimenting with those home options. Okay, next slide. So we thought you might be interested, as we were, in looking at the breakdown by grade level. This was just the first choice. I have the traditional program is the first choice. I have that data I could send you. I didn't make on what were the percentages, their first choices on the other 3 options. But in terms of the number of kids that we would have coming to our building if they made the decision today, these are the percentages. So looking at these percentages, as we go to problem solve all of our options for next school year, if we have a large percentage of students who would enroll in an online academy with us and stay with us until the pandemic is over, throughout the social distancing, that actually would help us provide that social distancing with that large number of bodies not in our building. So we think that we could create options that would kind of balance those numbers out to help us provide safety in the brick and mortar building, if not all kids return to us, and provide safety for those who feel they're safer at home. I'm finished, Renee.
Okay. At this point, we're going to talk a little bit about the curriculum. I think a key factor here is how a virtual academy would be different than what we are experiencing with e-learning currently. When we started this e-learning journey a year ago, e-learning was meant to be a day, 2 days, maybe 3 days in the event of a severe storm, something like that. It was never intended to be 3 weeks, 2 months, extended the way that we have due to the pandemic. So for our e-learning purposes, teachers were given training on how do you follow through with the curriculum that you're already doing in that day or two, and use some additional virtual programs. That is delivered by the traditional classroom teacher. It's a continuation of what they are currently learning in class that was meant to continue that learning across a scheduled professional development day or a weather issue, those types of things. We currently, because when we started this process and we just rolled out e-learning in January, we did not have mandates for teachers that they had to have screen to FaceTime with students, because no one foresaw this pandemic occurring. And then the other piece of it is that those teachers in the e-learning format, they have their textbooks and online tools as part of that extenuation of class. Where the virtual academy differs is that those teachers would be trained to deliver that curriculum 100% online, not in that traditional classroom setting, but really in that school at home virtual platform. We would look to, whether it's through, depending on the staffing need, we would have teachers that are dedicated to that virtual academy. It would be new content delivered on a daily basis. So it wouldn't be a continuation of what you were doing previously. You're going to get new content on that daily basis, keeping pace with what your peers are doing in the brick and mortar building. And those students would also be assessed, just like we are in a brick and mortar building. There would be mandated screen to FaceTime with students by the teachers. And we'll talk a little bit more about what that looks like when we look at how this differs by level. And then the other component of that is that part of the content would be delivered through a third-party software vendor. We have had great success over the years in our alternative education program using an Edmentum product of Plato courseware. So we would look to expand the courseware, but then still offer some additional components for our younger students that we'll talk about here in just a moment. Renee, if you'll go to the next slide, please. So for K-5, because those students are really learning those foundational skills, even though it's a virtual program, they would get daily face-to-screen time with a certified teacher in those core subjects. The teacher would also have scheduled office hours in order to schedule individual or small group tutoring sessions. Another component with the K-5 is that those students would also have an identified learning coach at home who is committed to helping that student and staying in contact with the teacher. And they would have a content practice and additional instruction through that software vendor. We've looked at a couple of additional Edmentum products that correlate with NWEA that we'll talk about in the future here in just a second. For our 6 to 8 students, so our middle school students, again, it's a progressive model. So we have a daily FaceTime at K-5. At 6 to 8, they would have screen to FaceTime 2 to 3 times per week. That teacher would also have office hours to schedule individual or small group reteaching tutoring appointments. And again, it would be a mix of that screen direct instruction, screen to FaceTime, along with that software program. And for our 9-12 students, that would be more of the 100% online. They'll still have a certified teacher who checks in with them, just like we currently do through our alternative program that we've seen great success with. It would be individualized pacing. It would still align to Indiana state standards. It would still align to our current pacing guides in the event that those students wanted to transition back into the brick and mortar school. Those teachers, again, would have office hours and be available for individual or small group tutoring sessions. And again, it would be content practice through that software program.
I have a question. I have a
Yes, sir.
question. Now, I'm a 10th grade student and I just got this visual. I can't ask any questions, but now not knowing how many other students are out there taking this, how do I get hold to the teacher if I have a question? Do I text them, or how's that going to be handled?
What we currently do, Mr. Clayton, through our our alternative program, is that we use a lot of email. There are also some features within the courseware that allow the student to communicate with the teacher as well. But we do use a lot of email, and then also phone calls on at least a weekly basis to check in and update on progress.
Okay, but if I
Plato
was,
has a built-in email system.
Yes.
The Edmonton Plato online program that we use for credit recovery, et cetera, and Greater Clark already has a built-in email system. So students can email their teacher back and forth.
okay, but I'm not that bright, and I just don't understand this lesson. So do I have to set a meeting to come in for that, or can I have a personal conversation? You know, emailing is so impersonal, but you're emailing and may not even understand that. So what do I do?
Well, Milt,
You could schedule that individual time to come in.
Okay.
Email may be your first point of contact, but if that teacher, depending on how that teacher is staffed,
Okay.
if you're using after hours teachers, it may be that you have to schedule that time. But if it's a teacher who's available at the time you're working, you may be able to get a hold of them right then and there. But because it's individualized pacing, if you're struggling today, it's okay. We can catch that up tomorrow or
Okay.
later in the day.
and
Okay.
Does
Milt,
that kind of answer your question, Dr. Clayton?
Yes, it does. I just felt so bad as a 10th grader. I didn't think I could make it.
Well, Milt, currently, even right now, this year, the students that were on home plans that were in alternative ed, there's a teacher at Jeff High and a teacher at Charlestown High that were reaching out to those kids weekly to check on their progress, check in with them, you know, did they need help, things of that nature.
Okay.
We're already doing that quite a bit.
Oh,
And as
okay.
Jan-
Okay.
Yeah, and as
Nothing.
Janelle mentioned also, that's the same program that we use not only for our alternative education students, but also students who are in credit recovery.
Okay.
I have
And
a question.
are y'all still getting, I believe when anybody in Greater Clark enters the 9th grade, they're given their health course to take on Plato.
Yep.
They have
We-
4
yeah.
years to finish it.
We actually, this year, we incorporated
Oh,
that
wow.
into 8th grade.
Oh,
So
good, yeah.
about 90% of our students, as of yesterday, when I checked the numbers, have completed their health course for that credit already.
Oh, that's nice. Well, I just, because I use this, you know, quite a bit at detention, and New Albany Floyd uses it now too. So I've had a lot of students who've been on it. And I know that this is, I mean, y'all are amazing, all the work you've done just to try to get all of this together, knowing that we need this. One thing I would like to see as part of this virtual academy is that the high schoolers get FaceTime, or required to have FaceTime, even if it's once or twice a week in maybe math or science. And it might even be on an alternating basis, you know, based on where they are in their algebra class, geometry class. Because as Milt said, there are so many people who just can't read it and get it. And also requiring those high schoolers to at least have FaceTime once a week will give some sort of, you know, them put some responsibility on them to be there. Some people are hesitant to ask questions. They don't reach out, whether they be shy or just, you know, embarrassed or whatever, even though they're not asking in the middle of a class. I'd like to see that 9 through 12 model have a requirement of FaceTime once a week.
I think that's a great suggestion. Thank you.
I have a question. What
Bill,
about our students on IEPs and our severe and profound? What kind of programs will we going to do for them?
I will speak to that and kind of what we are doing now. Similar to what Melissa has already explained, we have had a lot of teachers jump in, although it's been difficult and most difficult probably with our severe and profound population. They are doing virtual lessons. They have weekly, if not 3 to 4 times a week for some students, face-to-face meetings. We have a lot of great parent support right now. So a lot of the hands-on and functional skills the parents are able to assist with. But that's the model that we're doing right now. I think obviously, like Melissa said, this is something that the e-learning was something that we had planned for on a very short-term basis. The long term does make it very difficult for those populations.
Yes.
But we do have parents who have reached out to me who have very, very introverted students who may have, different types of emotional disabilities who actually are preferring this model. So I really think that it's highly dependent on the student, but we would continue those virtual platforms. We're also doing forms of teletherapy for speech and OT and PT right now. So we actually can receive forms of Medicaid reimbursement for some of those services that we're providing right now.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, and it's probably already dealt with, or it's already, the answer's already out there, but I'm not familiar with it with your the programs that Janelle works with. What happens when we have students either from K all the way up to 12 who aren't performing the way that we know they should, or the way that we expect them to? How do we deal with those? For instance, I had one of my stepsons used to teach at ITT, and when students wouldn't turn in something, he would give them a 0. Well, of course, that just absolutely blew their semester average right there. And instead of giving them an F, how do we make sure that these students that don't turn in anything, that aren't motivated enough to be able to develop their own internal controls, how do we handle them? What do we do
that's a
with
good
them?
question, Bill.
Melissa talked earlier about a learning coach. So
Right.
there has to be someone, whether it be a parent or grandparent, that says, I am also a partner in this plan.
Okay.
And we have talked to other districts who also run a similar program. And part of the work is meeting, there are certain criteria that they have to meet. And when they don't, we would have some virtual teachers who are hired just for this purpose in the program, that they would meet and have conferences and try to come up, just like we do in the face-to-face setting, what is it that we have to do to get this child caught up to where they need to be.
Okay.
So it really is a partnership. And, because we know we can't just set students loose. That relationship is so important, which is why we wanted to keep, when we talked earlier, at least having a piece of that at elementary and middle, but certainly high school, is going to be beneficial as well. But to have that continued connection with our greater Clark teachers and employees.
I've got some other questions, but I'll wait until you're done on the rest of them. So.
Okay.
All right, Renee, if you go to the next one, please. So just a few more details in terms of curriculum. As we mentioned, the plan would be to use the Edmonton platform of Plato courseware. We've had great success with our alternative program as well as credit recovery. We do have the ability within that program to create our own custom courses, which align. We can take the curriculum that's provided that is state aligned and align that to our pacing guide. So if a student is only in the virtual academy for a semester, when they return to the brick and mortar school, they would still be on pace with the rest of their classmates. The other programs that we would look at to incorporate along with Plato for our K-8 students would be Exact Path and Study Island. Exact Path works with NWEA, which is our norm reference testing that we provide to students. That gives them a growth path that is individualized to them. The other option, Study Island, provides that on grade level content that can be used to supplement the teacher's daily or weekly face to screen time. And those would also align then to the state standards. For technology, those students would receive a Chromebook, which is a huge advantage over some other homeschool programs. I had a parent earlier this year who was going to withdraw her child to homeschool, and because she could not have access to a device, we were able to provide that device for her and keep her in through our alternative program as a qualifier if she was going to drop out to homeschool if we didn't provide that service. And she had great success in that program and is now going to return to the corporation as a ninth grader. The virtual academy students could also receive printed materials if that were a need. Fees, many online competitors do offer these services for free. However, we would look to charge a fee of $50 per semester to help cover the cost of the software program, the device, and also the personnel that we are putting into the program.
A quick question on that one. Would that $50 per semester be on top of their standard fees that they have to pay if they're brick and mortar?
No, because, well, if they're not brick and mortar, they're not going to have any additional textbook fees because it's
Okay,
all the
all right.
online program.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You said that part of that $50 is to pay for personnel. I don't understand that.
Well, just and I think I misspoke there. No, just that software subscription and the Chromebook. I'm sorry. I misspoke there.
Not personnel costs.
No.
Okay, good.
No, because they would be a course fee for what they're doing.
Since that came up, there's appears to be the very real possibility we're going to have less students actually in class. So that would require less educators. But there's also, from what everybody's talked about so far, the very real possibility that we're going to have additional teachers to handle some of the other issues, like with the IEPs or with students that aren't up to maintaining their own self-control, or even, I mean, I can anticipate where whenever we're doing the FaceTime, especially with the K through 5, we can put them on Zoom like this, but obviously, as we see now, in a classroom situation, everybody's going to want to talk at one time, and that doesn't work on Zoom, and it probably doesn't work on many of the other platforms. So would we be increasing our actual cost for staff, or has that been determined?
When there are other, like, I'm not a huge fan of Zoom. There are other platforms out there, especially since we're a Google school. And when you use like Google Hangouts, Google Classroom, there's a button, and I think it's even a GoToMeeting, and it might even be on Zoom. I don't use it a lot, where the students can raise their hand. So, okay. And like whoever is hosting the event, which I think right now is Renee, and however she's logged in, she has the ability to mute or unmute everyone.
Right.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah. So like I usually keep myself muted. And every once in a while she goes through and unmutes me, and I have to mute myself again. But
I don't mean to unmute you. No.
But so yeah, there's that. I mean, there's a lot of tools out there that make online classes easier, because what we're doing right now is not usually what like bigger companies do.
Okay.
And Katie's absolutely correct on that piece of it. I mean, we have some teachers who, even in this extended e-learning experience, they are going on through Google Meet, some of those other Google products, and communicating with their class and holding actual class meetings. So the teacher does have some controls in there in terms of safeguards with the students also.
Okay.
So I'm guessing that, if we have a significantly lower enrollment in our buildings, that some of the teachers might move to the virtual academy. And that way, hopefully, I mean, the hope would be that we don't, would not have to lay off staff, that we could somehow move staff around to a good fit.
When you're correct, Janelle. I mean, the whole idea of this virtual academy going back last summer was to actually increase enrollment, and keep our own kids in the district. And now with the COVID-19, it's become even more about preserving our enrollment, and supplying good
Right.
options to our parents because, well, you saw the data that Karen shared. I mean,
Right. Yeah.
so we got to be willing to meet the needs of our parents, whether it's e-learning or virtual academy. And I think if everything was normal, and we didn't have COVID-19, I think our enrollment would go up next year. We'd go from 10,250 to maybe go up another 150 students.
Mm-hmm.
And then this would actually bring in students from other districts if everything was normal, because no other districts around us are offering anything like this, where kids can come, like homeschool kids and kids that have health issues, anxiety, depression, whatever, would want to be enrolled in a virtual academy like this that has teacher support. So,
But don't let's shortchange yourselves, because if it goes out, this information goes out, you may have some people wanting to participate from other school corporations.
but we
Right.
hope
We hope so.
We want kids
Well,
to
and it's really important that when people, because everybody now in their head, it's e-learning, 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 and this is not e-learning.
Right. I
It's
agree. That's
not
gonna
the
need to be
same thing, and
corrected.
it's real important that when we start as a board, especially, we start getting bombarded by all of this stuff. It's like it's not e-learning. It's very different. It's there, especially for the elementary. You've got every day these kids are going to see their teachers, and that's very important, because e-learning about did some parents in. I mean, not our parents stepped up, but they couldn't continue to do that because a lot of them have to go back to work, and they just won't have the ability to do that. So I think it's
Janelle,
really important. Yes.
I wanted to add to the question that you posed, just some of the problem solving we brainstormed. We also don't know yet, until the numbers roll in, how we would have to shift those staff members. It could be that, say, a school like JJ that has 6 grade level teachers per grade level, what if beautifully 25 per grade level decide to go online? Well, then that's an easy fix, right?
Right. Yeah.
One in every grade level becomes the online teacher
Online
out of
teacher.
their classroom. But then
Yeah.
maybe in Jeffersonville, we have 25 total third graders. So then we pick one teacher to manage all those, and then they know, for as long as they're in an online academy, they're housed at a certain building. But when they're ready to go back to brick and mortar, they go back to their homeschool. So we're going to have to problem
Right.
solve that as the numbers.
Exactly.
So
yeah. and-
Wow.
there's
and
it'll
if
be
we
a
can get-
logic puzzle, but we like those.
We're getting really good at those, actually.
No kidding. I swear.
if and when we get to the last agenda item, that's one of the things we're going to talk about. Probably, after Governor Holcomb comes out and says what schools can do, we're going to have to send out a Google application to every parent of every student to have the parent tell us what their intent is with their child.
Mhm.
And those, we're gonna have to contact every parent, whether it's a Google app or via email or school messenger message or a phone call, we're gonna have to contact every student and see what their intent is for next year, and then, shuffle our staff accordingly.
But Mark,
Mark, go ahead, John.
have we thought about any kind of preemptive strike with the teachers union, just to kind of get an idea as to who possibly of these teachers might want? Some teachers might not want to teach this way, and some teachers might really favor it. So what if we come up with 2 in a grade level that are I want to do the e-learning? I mean,
we haven't gone that far yet, because we've just been talking about what our calendar.
Sure.
Well, I'm going to talk to you in a little while about what could a calendar look like? What does delivery models look like? We haven't broached that subject of, surveying each teacher yet.
Well, once the survey came out, I've had teachers call me and I said, look, we're putting out laying out a template. Nobody knows what we don't know. The state doesn't know. So,
Well, and we have Renee, we have one last slide that kind of plays into all of this. We were going to conclude with questions, and certainly we can entertain some more. But our timeline, obviously, we're approaching the end of May now, and Governor Holcomb is going to give us guidance July 4th, and our first student day is July 29th. So it's very tight, and I can't say enough positive things about our team and everyone's willingness to work and try to get above or get ahead of all of this, because we know we have to be very tight and get this in place. So we've already done the data as was discussed tonight. We would seek board approval to launch this academy for next year, again, as a proactive option to maintain our students within our district. And also, we believe that during this pandemic, they're going to seek this, but then they're going to come back. So we want to keep them connected with us, because oftentimes when children go into a homeschool setting and they come back to a brick and mortar school, they're not exactly where they want to be. And we want to keep these levels and quality of education at optimal. In June, then we would try to secure the contract with our software vendor, and we would launch the application that Mr. Loeffner talked about to really get a handle of, what are our next steps? Do we need to shuffle staff? How many children do we need to prepare for? How do we maintain the social distancing and so forth for the ones that come back? And then in July, we would determine the effect per school building on the traditional versus online. Again, reach out, make those staffing shifts as needed. And then we would post those virtual academy positions and make any appropriate staff shifts. One of the things, I know it was brought up about the cost, we hope that we would absorb, be able to absorb it. But one of the things we haven't mentioned is we recently received the CARES Act funding, the $1.6 million. And I'm in the process, the application just came out. We have to provide equitable share to our non-pubs. And so we have talked as a cabinet, and a portion of that would be dedicated to launching this to take care of any expenses. So it wouldn't impact our educational fund to get this going.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Mark,
Oh,
Yeah.
go ahead. Sorry.
I have a question for Mark. You said something about homeschoolers could come and we could provide classes for them, and there might be a good interest. What about how will we charge them? I mean, if they're homeschooled, if they came to our schools for, say, orchestra class, we would end up charging them like 1/7 of the cost that we get from the state. How will we do that with the homeschoolers too?
Well, yeah, technically we would ask that they enroll in at least 6 classes, and
Right.
then they're enrolled with us as a district, and we would get the total ADM, enrollment money.
Right. But let's say they say, all we want to do is science.
Yeah, see,
Are we gonna let them do that?
we haven't discussed that, frankly. I mean,
I would recommend it because, frankly, I mean, I've done homeschool with my kids, and I know people that have also. If they need one or two things, even though we might have to, I don't know whether we take a loss on it or not, because we are charging the $50 per semester to help cover the cost of the system. We would probably need to be able to charge enough to be able to cover the cost of the educator too. But a little bit may draw them in. They may decide that this is what they want to do and they want to move away from homeschool. And if it's not what they want to move away from, that at least you've got some input into, or they've got some taste of what they're not seeing here.
Yeah, I agree with Bill. It would definitely have to be on a different scale though, because, or, like price scale, because if we have a student who's in 6 classes and we get that full ADM, we have somebody comes to us like, hey, I just need the science credit. We're not,
Yeah. It's like a cash tuition transfer. It's like if we get a kid,
Exactly.
If
What
yeah.
other districts do, like what you're talking about, the district we're sort of modeling our program after, they make that child pay $250 per class.
They get the state money too?
No, not if they're only taking.
No.
No, you won't get the state money if it's only one class.
Well, do they as a homeschooler get the state money?
No.
No, they don't. So
That was that was introduced into the legislature, but it didn't pass.
Never
that.
made it.
okay, if they're not getting it and the state's still keeping it, then it would, obviously we can't do anything about it. The legislature
No,
can't change
no.
it, but
And the other thing about this, Mark, I wanted to ask is, it's a slippery slope on homeschoolers. They're always wanting to participate in our extracurricular activities. And it's always been up to the school district to say yes or no. And most of us have said no.
Yeah.
So will this open up some sort of,
Well, I can tell you, the district we've been talking to about this and sort of stealing some ideas from is Evansville.
okay.
And they allow their kids that are enrolled in their virtual academy to participate in sports as long as they take one class physically on campus each semester. So they may be enrolled in 6 classes virtually, and then they take at least one class on campus. And what they told us is usually that student takes 7th period, so then they could go to practice. But that's how they do it in Evansville. And that's who we're competing against. So
I know, but I think that stinks.
Well, Mark, I mean, my feeling is this: if you want to homeschool, that's what you've been doing. Continue to homeschool. If you want to get with Greater Clark, you get in the program, or you continue your homeschooling program.
Yeah, but I do think we should open homeschool. I mean, the classroom setting is not for everybody, but kids that, parents who want to homeschool, but like want their kids involved in sports or, theater, or I just think that we should be allowed to start.
if we shut that off, then we're alienating people. I mean, that's the reality of it.
I'm just telling you what Evansville does. I mean,
right.
They require their kids to take at least one class each semester on campus.
Yeah. And I guess where I'm going with it, not even with that, is that if we cut them off entirely and say, well, it's either all or nothing for Greater Clark, then I think we'll alienate some people that we could end up, gaining to our advantage after years, 2 years or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I think there are a lot of questions, but I'm wondering if we could possibly ask some of these questions that are definitely offshoot questions and really specific, maybe on an email. And because I'm sure that like Dr. Hartledge and Brooke and Karen and
You mean the family people?
Melissa are probably working about 20 hours a day right now. I mean, I know that there are lots of things that we have to, but I feel like overall, we're going to have to get something focused to be able to present. And it's because of the COVID-19. I think the sports thing can be a piece of it, or the extracurriculars, but if parents are keeping their kids home because of that, they're probably not going to let them go into schools and to practice.
Yeah,
We already saw that from the data.
I'm just saying, Janelle, it's always been, in my experience, it's always been, I want to homeschool my kid, but I want my kid to be able to participate in clubs, and I want them to be on the basketball team because they're good.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to draw the line. I'm not saying give up not allowing homeschool students to take a class or 2 or 6 or 7.
Right.
But I think we have to think about how many classes they would need to take before we could say, now you're a Jeff High student and you can participate.
That's fair. Right. That's fair.
I agree with you, Teresa. My thing is, yes, we've got a pandemic going, but they were homeschooling before, so it's not really affecting those individuals. Now,
maybe it's like what's the IHSA says, they got to be there a half day. If they're sick, then maybe that's what we say, The other thing I was just curious, Mark, I know we talked about it, I believe if we get over 100 children that are enrolled, do we need to get them a school ID number?
Yeah, if we start this and then as
And I think we will.
as we go through next year, if we get over 100, then you have to have a new school number and a school improvement plan and all that.
Exactly right. That whole 9 yards. That's what I was thinking.
And
Hey,
Mr.
Mark.
Buckwalter, right now, that amendment, because we just had to go through some of that with Maple and Spring Hill, but
Yep.
the amendment to do that is through September. So we do
Have some time.
We have time to
Oh,
go
good.
ahead and it's not a terrible process to get through.
I got you.
And if we had that many, we could certainly pursue that. And then we also still have, because we're kind of holding off, but we have our Clark County Middle High number that is still in place.
Pretty low. I got you.
So
I got
we're
you.
gonna have to, based upon what transpires in the next few weeks, we would either close that number out because there's no data attached to it, or we
Or-
could utilize it for this.
Awesome.
So we're in a good position and we have time to do that. And so many of these minor details are going to be determined on the cards
Who
that were
signed-
dealt. And
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What-
it's hard to
Hey,
predict.
Mark,
Yeah.
Mark.
Yeah.
Now, I was really joking about the early part, but I'm serious now. If this is approved, we're not gonna dish this. This will be going ongoing, won't it?
Oh, yeah, I think,
Okay.
Oh,
The
yeah.
academy will be ongoing, right?
yes.
Yeah, I
Okay.
see this going permanently.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That-
I just
that's
want.
our intention. Our intention was to create,
Cabot's going, I hope so.
yeah, no. Actually, something like this would work even better, I think, with students outside the district.
Right.
If COVID wasn't going on, we would attract more students from outside the district.
I mean, I'll state right now, I'm for putting it in place.
Yeah, me too.
And I don't know that there's some details that I might not agree with here and there, but I don't think that's going to stop me from saying that we don't need to do this. It's a great idea, I think.
Yeah, great.
And we can adjust those, some of those little details. We can
Right.
continue to work on that.
Well, I had one question for the ladies that we're doing our e-learning right now. And that for Ms. Bauer, that's the reason why I'd asked for a Chromebook is
Sure.
I tried it on Friday afternoon with my grandkids, a couple of grandkids here, and I saw some things that appeared to be problematic and that their parents have told me were problematic. The third grader, his classes came through. They were very defined, and this is what we're going to do. The fourth grader, his classes weren't quite so well defined, but it's e-learning, not virtual school. And then the other thing was the games that are on the computers. I saw both of them, or their Chromebooks. Both of them are just keep an open tab with a game, and then they whenever a parent wasn't watching, they're going to pop over and play the game, and they're smart enough to realize they turn the sound down and they can play the game. And
Absolutely. That's what our teachers deal with on a daily basis. on
right,
some
and
of
I
the
know the
Yeah.
fourth graders doing that in classes.
Yeah.
Can we
Which-
take the games off of those computers?
We do try to block a lot of those. Some of those educational sites, though, that are educational games that teachers do request, we do have a monitoring software when they are physically on site and within our server system that the teachers can use to monitor that. But I think
Can we do that offline, or I mean online also whenever they're in the virtual academy as well?
within the virtual academy, within those Play-Doh programs,
Yeah.
the teacher is able to see their progress.
Okay, so they would be in the Play-Doh program the entire time they're in the academy with their FaceTime for the K through 5s.
Well, within their FaceTime, they would be just kind of similar to what we are here, whether they're using a Zoom platform, which isn't open to
Right.
students, or they're using a Google platform, which is what we use with our students.
Seems like their learning or their coach at home needs a improvement plan.
Well, they do. That's the other thing I ran into. I've had multiple parents tell me, and multiple reports from other people that there are, and I don't know how many it is, but there are some parents, a viable number of parents that look at this as either e-learning, and I'm thinking they're probably going to take the same thing with virtual, that I pay my taxes for my kids to go to school, and you guys are just sitting back and doing nothing and letting the kids, come in here, and I'm not going to teach them anything. That's a statement from some, one parent.
Well, that's
And-
fine.
think
I
that's
mean,
the
we're going to
message.
have
That's-
that.
Right, we're gonna have that, but what I'm
You know,
thinking is
and if the
we,
parents then say, but I'm not letting my kids go back to the building, then
What are they
we're
gonna do?
offering something else. I
right,
think it's
right.
really,
Yeah.
really important for us to let people know that this is not e-learning.
I guess the thing that I would
And,
be is,
you know,
is to try to
That's right.
clarify that the parents that are involved in this aren't of that nature. Because those are not going to be the ones that are going to learn.
Yeah, and we have that application process too that we're looking at in order to kind of screen those students to make sure they are a good fit for that. Because
Okay,
we're fortunate that we have the traditional, we have an alternative program, and then if we're starting this virtual. But I
Okay,
think, Mr. Hawkins, to your point on the difference between your third and fourth grader, that goes back to what we talked about with just that training on e-learning and teacher comfort level. These teachers would be highly trained in order to deliver that online curriculum.
and the other thing I also saw with this example, the third grader learns by reading, like I do. I can read something and I can do it. The fourth grader has to do it. He learns what my wife does. He has to have hands-on to do it before he can actually learn it. So I know there's going to be issues that we're going to have to deal with that too. And I trust you guys know how to handle that. So.
Thank you.
Well, and I can tell you, until we sort out what each student's going to do, as far as the start of next school year, we're not going to hire any new staff for this. We're going to wait and see where the numbers fall, and then go from there. Like they said, over in Evansville, they hire retired teachers that work less than 30 hours a week to staff their virtual academy. I think they have 2 full-time teachers and the rest are retired teachers. And that's how they staff it. But, we want to wait and see what our numbers look like first.
Okay, Mark. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
If the numbers come back the way the data says, we're at 50 to 60% capacity, would we consider moving some students from one school to another and therefore shutting down a building?
I don't know.
No.
Yeah, I think that'd be difficult to sell.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just looking at saving money.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, let me ask this question. If a teacher that's doing the virtual is out for a week or 2 days through a week, do you get a sub for that person, or is there another teacher that would take over? And do you have subs that are trained to also do this?
The last couple of months, we have not. However, that is something we discussed a couple of days ago, yesterday, actually, during cabinet, that we probably need to identify some subs that could do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I spoke to Nicole Curry, and I don't know if she, has tuned in tonight, but I did tell her about this because of the sub situation, and would we use subs, and then they might have to have a special, training or something. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Karen, is that all you have?
Our last slide was just the questions. And that concludes.
I know we've been at it for over 3 hours.
Yep.
We still have a couple quick items to go. Hopefully Chad can give us the abbreviated version of the school choice routes. We're going to jump in with Chad. And the next item are the school choice routes. Remember, part of the strategic plan was that we were going to try to keep our own students in our district and not let them go to other districts. And we've come up with some expanded bus routes that we want to market, to different areas around us, whether that be Henryville, Sellersburg, Clarksville, Hanover. And so Chad's going to share that with you. So it's all yours, Chad.
All right. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, probably to be very brief, we've been looking at this for a long time, and we've been talking about this for a long time. And you're all aware of the migration report that the Department of Ed has now started to share with, anybody that wants to access that. We lose about 1,000 students in our district that live in our district that choose to go elsewhere. Out of that 1,000, we know that about half, roughly, are choosing a parochial setting. Probably not going to be able to really attract those because they're making a choice based off of religious beliefs, and that's pretty it's pretty stringent as far as the reason why they're choosing that. But those others, we've looked at and we've surveyed, and we have the data to support that the routes that you see in front of you and the additional areas that we're wanting to target are certainly places where we're losing not just fifth graders who are choosing to go to a middle school at a different district, but certainly some of those that may not be aware of all of the offerings we have. And we've done a fantastic job in this district. You just saw a presentation that's top notch from Karen and Kim and Melissa and all the ones that have put that together with our virtual academy. We have a lot of great pathways for kids. We have a lot of great STEAM and STEM options at the elementary, robotics, all of those things that we're offering. We want to mainstream that out to those neighboring areas. I had an interview with Pro Media because the May video is going to be focused on these school choice routes. And what we went over time and time again is that, we have three of the best options for all of our constituents, all of our parents. And I think others in neighboring districts will see that, if they just take a little time to read the flyer, investigate on their own. And this will be something we continually media blast. But like that movie title, There Will Be Blood. When we do this, we've talked a lot about no good deed going unpunished. You all will be called. I guarantee it. You'll be called probably from Greater Clark parents saying, well, I've been wanting to go to a certain school for years and you won't transport my kid, but now you're going to spend money and resources to go outside of the district to pick up kids and transport them to the very same school that I've been trying to get into for 3 or 4 years. So you're going to get those calls, guaranteed. You're also going to get calls and maybe hate mail and maybe threats of some sort from the areas that we're talking about dropping flyers, because this is dollars follow scholars. This is somewhat of warfare. We're going after students. It's been done to us for years. Just recently this week, Mark, someone sent out a flyer that I think one of the teachers that lives over in Clarksville received, and it was from Clarksville. It was a Facebook posting, I think, talking about the expansion of 5 of their bus routes. They have 5 bus routes. They're doubling that for next year, trying to capture some of our kids. And so we know this has been done to us for years. When I was at West Clark, quite honestly, we didn't have to go out and target Greater Clark students. It was really because of just location. As parents were coming down 403, you had the brand new K2 Silver Creek primary building. That attracted them. And, quite honestly, once you get them in kindergarten, you have them for the next 12 years. Unless you do something really terribly wrong, you've got them for the next 12 years. And that's real money. That's $7,500 each year. So we're going to try and go on the offensive here, but I guarantee you'll get calls. You'll get calls from Henryville people because this flyer, if the board approves that, and we're thinking about taking it for final approval on May 26th. If the board approves these school choice routes, this will be these flyers will be dropped off to those areas on the heels of, or maybe a day or two after, a vote for West Clark to divorce. So you're going to be tapping into a lot of uncertainty. You're tapping into some individuals who are quite honestly going to be wondering what's going to happen in West Clark. So I think the timing is right. We've talked about this in cabinet a great many hours, and we've put a lot of time and effort into this. Really, I don't think there's a whole lot of cost involved because of what we've talked about with COVID-19. I anticipate that, we're going to be transporting about a third less than what we have been. We will reallocate bus drivers, we'll reallocate resources. And then if we don't, see that shortfall in the long term, I definitely think we will be able to reallocate some of our permanent subs, some of those people that I'll be able to send out on some of these routes and continue to pick up kids. And, even though we've just elected to extend our bus contracts for 1 year, originally we had the the Crystal Springs area as an additional for three bus routes. It wasn't going to be extra bus routes. They weren't going to be new bus routes. We were just going to add a little bit of mileage to each of those. We could still do that as an addendum if it looks like we need to do that. The Hanover route, I'm pretty optimistic, quite honestly, about the Hanover route. We're looking at stops along Chelsea at the general store and up and around southwestern Jefferson. I think if we get 25 to 30 kids, which quite honestly, if you look at what we offer at New Washington with our academies, what we offer with being able to connect them to a Prosser bus route and all the offerings that Prosser has compared to Versailles and where they're currently having to go for that CTE programming, we may put that out for a bid for a start and an end in and around Southwest Jefferson. So I'm optimistic that this is going to do and bring a lot of new kids into our district, but I also know you're going to get calls.
Renee, do you want to pull those up real quick? Just click on a few of them in terms of what the flyers look like, and this is what we would like to send out.
Do you want one over, Chad? Do you want one over another pulled up?
They're all going to be about the same. If you want, Clarksville is really not going to require any additional. It's just going to require some additional stops, and we're going to focus on being able to bring those Clarksville kids to Franklin Square. Right now, we are picking up kids in Clarksville, quite honestly, but we send those kids to Parkwood or TJ based on where they live in and around Clarksville. When we expand these fully into Clarksville, you're liable to get a call from Clarksville board members. You're liable to get a call from West Clark board members, and you're probably going to get calls from Southwestern, Jefferson
flying
board.
upside down.
We know it is. It has to be because of how the flyer is folded. Mark and I found that out earlier.
Okay.
Kids are going to want to ride that bus right there. They are. They're going to want to ride that
Stand
bus.
on their heads.
There you go.
There you go, Milt.
Okay.
There's that part.
So you can see these are really well done. Pro Media's put these together for us, and we have went back and forth and edited these countless times. What I will say right there on that screen that you see with the pins on the GPS map, something that everyone's going to need to understand, and you can certainly pass this along to people that might call you and say, hey, I didn't see a stop anywhere near my house. This is a living and breathing document. So we had to put pins on where we thought it might make the most sense. But quite honestly, if we only have one or two kids at one of those pins that are currently on the map, and we have another area where we can pick up kids closer to their own residence, we're going to do that. One of the things that'll be coupled with this is obviously a Google form. So parents are going to be sent to a Google form. That Google form will auto-populate to us, and then we will reach out and contact those parents and entertain and answer any of their questions that they would have. So this is a living and breathing document on all of these maps as far as where the stops will be. We can add, take away, and change.
Hey, Chad.
I have one.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Hey, Chad, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
Bullet point number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5. Greater Clark has the highest non-waiver graduation rate in Southern Indiana. Frankly, I still don't quite understand what a non-waiver rate is. I know I should. I'm suspecting that a lot of parents might not either. Is this something that's a common knowledge to most parents, or do they understand the impact of that?
They got a kid that might not graduate. They do.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
Exactly
Is
right.
it something that we can explain?
Yeah,
Maybe not
we
through
might be able
this.
to.
I just, a third grader, a kid that's a third grader, it may not, their parents may not understand it like John just put out. Juniors parents may understand it very well.
Hey, Bill, let me give you an example of Clarksville, who's trying to recruit our kids.
Right.
As of last night, they market a 97% graduation rate at Clarksville High School.
Okay.
Their non-waiver graduation rate is 75%.
If we can promote that to the public and show the difference, what that really means, it may help us.
Let me give you another
just a
example.
suggestion.
Yeah, New Albany High School, 1 out of every 4 kids that graduates from New Albany High School graduates with a waiver.
So the waiver is a get out of jail free card.
Yes.
Ish.
Yeah, in a lot of ways. I mean, there's
They have some
certain rubric.
criteria.
Yeah, there's a criteria and a rubric that they'd have to meet, but yes, exactly kind of what you described. It gives kids another way of getting a certificate of completion and a graduation diploma that's not as robust as what a non-waiver would be.
That'd be
Chad,
the same thing.
this,
Yeah.
this is Teresa. You know, the maybe you could put, going back to Bill's point, maybe you could put non-waiver graduation rates for, and then put Clarksville, New Albany, Floyd, you know, school
Paris.
corporations around us, and just put it in there as non-waiver graduation rates. They'll just look at the graduation rate piece, and it will show you the big discrepancy. We may want to do that or may not.
I'm just saying that I think a lot.
Go ahead.
I think a lot of parents don't understand what a waiver is.
They don't.
Yeah, so.
Yeah,
And
we may want to say something about how robust our graduation pathway is, you know, and how much more stringent and strenuous it is, and the academies certainly are lending itself to that, and the pathways that we have.
Just a
I do want
suggestion.
to add one more thing.
Go ahead.
When I was in New Albany, Floyd, their graduation rate was much higher without waivers.
Well,
Go ahead.
for the last 4 or 5 years, you guys know I'm competitive. So when I was at Charlestown, I was always comparing our graduation rate at Charlestown to all the schools around us. For the last 4 or 5 years, they've been at 1 out of every 4 kids gets a waiver.
Yep, 25%. Yep.
Chad,
I can't believe they're letting that happen. But anyway.
Chad, Renee, go back to the Clarksville pickups. I have a question. Where you have the bullets for, like, that's where you're planning to put new stops?
Yes, sir. And again, that's a living and breathing, but right now we kind of limited it to about 10 stops. The biggest thing for that is because of timing. You understand that more than anyone else.
Yeah, now let me ask, you know, looking at Cops Lane, you got the apartments coming down off of there. There usually was a stop for those kids in those apartments, because those apartments were split up. Certain part was for Clarksville and the other part was for Greater Clark. But what I'm looking at is that, like, for example, Blackston Mill Road, you know, every other house is sort of like either Greater Clark or Clarksville.
Right.
Are we showing some stops there where that those kids would know that they could get on that same, because some of those are just regular stops that they can walk up to, or we could, you know, stop. But in the apartment, seemed like where those other apartments are, it seemed like we could go up in there to get some of those kids before you go around the bends to the thrifty store.
That's right. We did that this year. We added a few stops inside of the apartment complex. So we did that because at Parkwood Elementary, Ponzi, who we work with our Hispanic population, Larry, you know, mentioned, hey, he mentioned about 10 to 15 families that had children that said, you know, if we would come inside of that apartment complex, just to use that as an example, they would begin going to our district. So we did just that.
Okay. I was just checking, just making sure that we were able to get in overall for Eastern Boulevard. Now I see 2 and 3, so that tells me that some of the roads I'm a little confused on. But anyway, on Eastern, let's see, it's Eastern Boulevard. Are we going in? Well, they might be people that don't have kids.
Currently, we're picking up a Clarksville. Currently, we're picking up a Clarksville board member student, and it's a stone's throw from Clarksville High School gym. That's the
We'll
truth.
take them. We'll take them.
So I guess what I'm saying, if we get a lot of calls, then we'll go in there and make a stop close for them, you know, to get them. Okay.
Yes, we would.
That's good. Okay.
This is exactly what I've been saying that we need to do. This is it right here.
Yeah.
Well, and what we're going to do with the Clarksville flyer, the Henryville flyer, the Southwestern flyer, and the Sellersburg Perry Crossing route flyer, we're going to mail those home. There's going to be a mailer into those communities, and then we're gonna blast it over social media. And then for the Utica flyer for the Salem Noble corridor, we're just gonna blast that out via school messenger message email. We're not gonna mail it.
Hey, Janelle,
She
have you talked?
died. No.
No, she's still there. Have you talked to Mark about the BIPs that you used to get us in there?
The what?
The BIPs on the
Facebook thing.
No, not Facebook. The
Oh, the billboard
Oh,
blips?
billboard, yeah.
Billboard blips.
Are you familiar with those, Mark?
I've heard of them, but haven't used
We
Janelle can tell you
blipped
all about
when
it.
we were campaigning. We blipped, and for $50 a day, you can blip 1,300 times in a day. But they're only 8-second blips.
Okay.
But you
It's
can
hard
put,
to even read Buck, Walter, Fitzpatrick, and Hawkins in 8 seconds. But
right. But if you
yeah,
you cut your text down to the bare minimum, which
Mhm.
media would have to tell us how to do that. But those you can buy more longer periods of time too. I
you
think
can buy
can't
$10 a day or $50 a day, but you can just do it for maybe 2 days or for a whole week or
Yeah.
whatever. So it's real.
you
I
can hit those
mean,
billboards on 65.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
After
When
I'll talk to Pro Media about
right.
what we can
Uh huh.
do.
Yeah, that might be something.
Okay. Chad, is that everything?
Yeah, the other high point is that, all of these routes, with the exception of the Utica, would be a K-12, so you will have a bus that's got kindergartners all the way through possibly seniors on those bus routes where we're expanding and going into those areas. Obviously, the Utica Salem Noble corridor would be secondary. So that's going to be beginning with 6th grade and going all the way up through 12th grade.
Okay.
So, and remember that Salem Noble corridor, if you get a phone call from a parent through there asking, well, why did I get this? Do I have to send my kid to Charlestown? No, that's not the case. They still have the option to either send their child to Jeff or now they have the new option of sending their child to Charlestown. So they still have both options.
Okay. And it will be ongoing. So if it starts as a 6th grader, we're committed to doing this into the future. So it's not going to be pulling out the rug and saying now, as
That's
a
a good
freshman, you have
point.
to come to.
Right. Yeah.
Do we want to go across Silver Creek and pick up some there in New Albany?
We are in Perry Crossing. Check your email. Renee sent you all the flyers. One of them says Sellersburg. Open it up and look at it. It's all down through Perry Crossing out that way.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Chad. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you all.
And Mark.
Janelle, you want to talk about the superintendent evaluation timeline real quick?
Yes.
Or do you need anything about it?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you all know that I have tried to send out texts a couple of times, and also you have had all the information to do the superintendent evaluation, and I did get the piece that I sent a couple weeks ago. It's been a week and a half ago, that you can fill out right online. That is due to me on Friday by 6 p.m. You should be able to just email it back to me. And then I will send out something and let you all know when I have finished my piece. And we are scheduled to have the executive meeting on Tuesday, June the 16th. It might be possible that we'll be able to have that meeting in person in the boardroom. I'll just keep you updated on that. With only 7 of us being there, we should be able to distance ourselves around the room and have food set up in the smaller area, and one at a time go grab our plate. So, but I'll keep you updated on that. But please make sure that your evaluations are in to me. And don't sign your name, sign your board number that I assigned you. And that would be Friday by 6 p.m.
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think I got that form, the last one that you sent. I may have, and I may have deleted you. I'm sorry. But the one,
Well, I'm sorry.
the one that you can populate,
Yes.
I don't think I got that.
Okay. I will resend that to everybody.
Well, they're
So
not admitting they lost it.
they're not
That's
admitting
right.
it.
We're
That's
smart.
why,
We're
yeah.
keeping our mouth shut.
That's right.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thanks.
Teresa, for being
Was that the one
upfront
sent
with
on?
that. So I'll send it to everybody.
Thank you.
I've got, but yes, you can send it again. I have
Yeah.
it.
You don't have it.
Oh yeah, I mark it, put a
Butt
little asterisk by it on my email, so you better come back and look at it, idiot. There it'll haunt you.
Electrons are cheap. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I do, but don't
I will
send it to me and see if I don't fill it out. How about that?
I'll just resend that.
All
And,
right.
but the other emails had the instructions and the rubric with the guidelines for scoring and all of that. So, all right. That's it.
Thank you, Janelle. I know we're running up against 10 o'clock almost 4 hours of this, and you're probably tired. And really, this last item is a lot of speculation on our part, but I wanted to spend at least 15 minutes talking about what we've been talking about in cabinet, which has been a lot. I'll tell you, we had a Zoom meeting yesterday morning for about 2.5 hours, or yesterday afternoon, just to talk about, what's going on. The first thing I want to talk about is, what potentially a calendar would look like. Basically what we're trying to do is come up with 3 or 4 different options so that we're ready to go when Governor Holcomb makes his announcement. One option would be, we keep the current calendar that has been approved by the board, except we make a small adjustment for the Labor Day weekend because of the Derby, where basically we make that Friday before the Derby an e-learning day, and the Tuesday after the Derby was already going to be an e-learning day because of we always have a lot of sub needs and a lot of teachers out on both those days.
As
That's
Laura
one.
might not know, because we're crazy down here at Derby time.
Yep. That's
She may
one.
not even be on anymore. She's probably gone to sleep.
She may have.
No, I think
With
there's one
this.
thing that this silver lining is that they did postpone it to September, and I'll be here by then.
So that's one calendar, that we're looking at. The start time would be the same, July 29th. We would stay pretty much on the same calendar. Fall breaks would be the same, Thanksgiving break, get out there, be done with the first semester by mid-December. A second option is very similar to what you're seeing some of the universities do, like Purdue, Notre Dame, University of South Carolina, where essentially we start on time, July 29th, but then we do 2 weeks of e-learning right there around Labor Day, like the Friday, the week before Labor Day weekend would be e-learning, and then the Tuesday through Friday after Labor Day would be e-learning. So you have a 2-week break right there where students aren't in buildings, staff, teachers aren't in buildings. Then for fall break, we would do 2 weeks of e-learning. Then we would try to end the semester as far as face-to-face instruction by Thanksgiving break. We would still have 1 week of instructional days we would have to do, but basically we would do like what these universities are doing, that the week after Thanksgiving break would be final exam week. So essentially you would have a 2-week break each month, and then you would be out by Thanksgiving break, and no one would be in the buildings from the last week of November all the way through the whole month of December. So that's very similar to what many universities are doing. So that's a second option we're looking at. a third option we're looking at is starting later. There's some districts that are talking about starting after Labor Day. I don't particularly like that option because everything I hear is that the second wave of this virus hitting will be, in October, or November. So if you go back to school after Labor Day, you may be only be there for 2 or 3 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks, and then you're right back out potentially. So that's a third option. And then the fourth option, of course, is, we're totally online. We start on time, start July 29th, and everything's online. So those are the four we're looking at. A lot of it, what we choose will depend on what Governor Holcomb says. I'll be honest with you. If Governor Holcomb comes out and says, we want you, you're fine to go back to school, and if half your students can come and the other half stay online, or whatever that delivery model looks like, I prefer option 2, where we start on time, and you have those 2 weeks of e-learning built in each month, essentially. So that you have at least 2-week breaks where students are not in the building, staff's not in the building, and you can manage the whole virus situation a little bit, but we'll see what Governor Holcomb says. I guess, what are your guys' thoughts on those calendar options?
What's the advantage of number 4? And how would number 4 look? Would it be the virtual academy or e-learning?
It would be very similar to what we're doing now, but we would have more, we would ask more of our teachers from the standpoint of grading would be different. We would ask our teachers to at least be face-to-face via Zoom or Google Meet once a week. We would have some more standards in place for what the expectations would be for our teachers.
And what's the advantage of number 2?
Well, the advantage of number 2 is, you're starting on time.
Right.
More than likely, that option means some of your kids are coming back to face-to-face instruction in the building. However, you do have 2-week periods where students aren't in the building, that if there is an outbreak, you can sort of manage that.
Okay. All right. That's what you're looking at with that one.
Yeah.
The possibility of a relapse from this disease.
Yeah. I like number 2.
Yeah, essentially you'd have a 2-week break at the end of August. You would have a 2-week break in, early October, and then you'd be done by Thanksgiving break. So
do we have any feedback from our parents? Because, the last time we tried to change the calendar, I mean, it was kind of rough.
Yeah.
I'm sure you probably got death threats over it.
Well,
this is a whole different situation.
This is different.
You can't.
Yeah.
Right. I
You cannot
understand.
control this, and at this point, I feel like any kind of backlash we get because we're trying to keep kids safe, I hate to say it, but this is going to bounce off me because
that's right.
This is a whole different ball game.
And by no means have we made a decision, but those are the 4 options we're throwing around the most. And obviously, if Governor Holcomb comes out and says kids can go back to school, but you need to do some kind of hybrid model where only half the kids are in the building at any one time, like an A day, B day.
Right. Yeah. That changes everything.
Yeah. We could use that option 2 still have some break times in there of e-learning, to where if there's a breakout of the virus, we can manage it hopefully a little bit, and put our parents at ease in terms of knowing, hey, there's at least a 2-week break each month of that first semester. So
again, I think you need to sell it if you're going to change it from the standard that we've already got.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I totally agree. Yeah,
right.
Totally agree. And who knows? Governor Holcomb very well may come out and say, hey, the first semester you're going to be online 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
And that takes everything, then
takes the decision out of it.
Yeah, no more discussion after that. So that's one thing we've been talking about in terms of the calendar. The other thing are potential delivery models. Let me, one option that we've talked about is basically having a model where you have, like I just said, half the kids are doing traditional face-to-face learning. The other half are totally online, in terms of meeting the needs of those parents that are concerned about sending their child back to school. In that case, we'd have to identify, we would have to talk to every student in the district, and identify staffing and all that, which we're willing to do and we will do. If we need to call every kid in the district or every parent, then that's what we'll do. But that's one option, is where you have a certain percentage of kids that are fine, their parents are fine with them going back to school in the traditional model. And maybe you have another percent that says, no, I want my kid to stay home, and we'll meet the needs of both. Option 2 is very similar to that, but it would be more of a hybrid model, like I said, where you have an A-day group of kids and a B-day group of kids. And basically, maybe the A-day kids 1 week come to school on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. The B-day group of kids come to school on Tuesday, Thursday. And then the next week, they flip, to where the B-day group comes Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and the A-day group come Tuesday, Thursday. It'd be a way of managing our numbers within the building and also on the buses. But you would probably still have a certain percentage of parents that still aren't going to send their kids to school, even under that hybrid model.
Right.
So we would have to have another 100% online component with that.
Well, the ones that did send their children to school, if they have to flip back and forth between the A and the B days, that's going to make something hard for, if both parents are working. It's going to make it really tough for them.
That's my concern, Bill. That's one of my big concerns, is what does that do to our working parents?
Yeah, I think you'll get some pushback from them.
Hey, Mark.
Yes.
I just adopted a young man that's 6'6" and weighs 240 pounds. Tight end. Are we gonna have football this year?
I
hope nobody asked me that question.
Really?
I say we will, but I don't think the IHSAA can afford not to have a football season this year, just like the NCAA can't. They can't afford not to have football either, these universities.
Okay. Well, you
Sick or not, kid, get out there and play.
That's right.
I'm trying.
No pain, no gain.
I'm trying to get my new son. Trying to get my new son in pro so I can retire really good.
Yeah. So
you're gonna have some people ask those questions, because people are about athletics.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So that's that A-day, B-day. If we did a hybrid approach where you have an A-day group and a B-day group, we would still have a whole nother group that just wants to be online 100% that we would have to accommodate. So obviously we haven't done a deep dive into the details on all this, but this is what we're starting to talk about. Option 3 would be 100% online. All kids are online just as we are. However, we would, like I said, we would have more expectations on our teachers. Like at least they need to be face-to-face via Google Meet once a week, and grading would be different. Assignments would be different. We would expect more of our teachers, if we're 100% online. And then option 4 basically would be where basically we survey every student and parent in the district, and we figure out, which students are going to come to school full time and which ones aren't. And those students that are not going to come to school full time would still be enrolled in the same classes they were going to be enrolled in, even if they did come to school full time. But the teacher of that class load or that section would still be responsible for both groups of kids. So in other words, let's say a math algebra teacher has 30 algebra students and 15 of them are willing to come to school and be in class every day, and the other 15 want to be online at home, that teacher would still be responsible for instruction for both. So in other words, they would probably have to either video their lessons as they're teaching them in the classroom and flip the classroom and send that out to the other 15 that are at home. And they would also have to make themselves available to answer questions of those other 15 that are at home.
Mark, couldn't you do that model and have the A and B day
You could.
where your brick and mortar kids come on A, and then, I mean, it would always be, I mean, the teachers could have the time to do the different groups
Yeah.
without having to videotape it and stuff.
Yeah, you certainly could.
Do we have the capacity and the bandwidth to be able to have all of our teachers actually live broadcasting their classes?
Well, Melissa, you want to speak to that? That's something we'd probably have to work on in terms of document cameras and just how we videotape that, whether it's using the Promethean boards. Melissa?
Sure. Yeah, I think, a couple of our buildings that have some wireless trouble, we have upgraded those this spring at JJ and at Utica, who tend to have some of those issues. But we also have a couple of options where within the building, they're used to kids being on at the same time. And even, especially with like testing, when we do state testing, we really push that bandwidth to the limit and we're able to support it. So I don't think, other than in those couple of buildings that had some issues, that it would be a major issue. We also have the ability, whether you're doing it through your teacher device or whether you're doing it through your active panel, to be able to record some of those sessions as well.
I wasn't trying to answer for an answer, but I was just kind of bringing it up as something to consider.
The good part about that option is that the teachers keep their student, their current schedule or class load. We wouldn't have to modify our staff or shift them around or anything like that. So, option 5, we have another option there, and this one's way out there. Is that do you have the high school students stay totally online 9 through 12, move the 5th and the 8th grade, or move the 6th and 7th grade, or move the 5th and 8th grade, or you move the 5th and 6th graders to the high school campuses, and they use the high school campuses for school. That doesn't really help you with class size, but it does decrease the number of students in each building. If you know what I'm saying, or you follow what I'm saying.
Is that just for the social distancing?
Yeah.
Okay.
But your class sizes would still be big, is the problem with that one. And then the other question is, how do you break up your administrators? If you move your 5th and 6th graders into the high schools because the high school students are online totally, which administrator is going to go over there and supervise them, whether it be a principal or assistant principal. So that creates some issues.
Yeah.
And then we had another option where you rotate students on a 5-day basis. They get 1 day of core each week, and then the rest of the days are e-learning. So 1 day rotation, kids come in 1 day and then do something like that. Now, once again, that potentially causes problems with our parents that work.
Yeah.
What do you do with that? And that's a big concern of mine, is whatever decision we make, we need to be considerate of our parents, because they're more than likely going to be back to work.
I think my personal opinion on that is, if you have parents that are depending upon our schools to babysit their kids, and then we don't provide that service, then we're going to suffer some degradation in our census.
Yeah.
And it could be permanent.
Yes. Yeah. And I think ultimately, that's why it's going to come down to us reaching out and contacting every parent of
Yeah.
every child in our district and finding out what exactly do you want, want your child involved in.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And then we build a model around that. And there's no way we're going to make everybody happy, but we'll try to make everybody happy, I guess.
Given that we are we're in a capital business now, is providing education. We do have to cater to our staff. I mean, to our clients.
Yeah. Now that's several different options. And like I said, right now we're just throwing around ideas so that we have some things ready to go once Governor Holcomb makes his decision. Chad, do you want to talk real quick about what bus transportation would look like?
Yeah, assuming that if we knew that all of our kids that we were transporting in February are going to be coming back in late July or early August. Right now, I can only spread out about 22 kids on a bus at any given point in time. So I don't think we'll have the same number. I think if we come back based on the survey results, I think we'll have a lot more car riders being dropped off, which logistically we can handle that and accommodate that. That'll press us. We'll need more staff to help with that, and we'll have to think about traffic and all of those things. But as far as a school bus, we'll have to start a little earlier, maybe end a little later. So we've talked a lot about patience and grace. Our elementary schools and our middle schools and high schools, those start days, start times, those will fluctuate because of us needing to maybe spread out a route. And in Jeffersonville proper, we're already 3 loops, right? We have a high school loop, then a middle school loop, and then an elementary loop. It very well might be that we have to have a couple of buses where we only had one bus going to an area. We may have to have 2, and then asking for a little bit of grace and forgiveness when those buses go back out to the same exact areas to pick up an additional wave of kids. Those kids may come in 10, 15 minutes late. So we're going to have to really get creative on that. But I do think, obviously PPE for our staff members, our bus drivers, we're actually considering our ordering of thermal scan thermometers that we can equip every one of our bus drivers with. They would ask a few just simple questions of the kids when they got on at a bus stop, and then they would scan that student's forehead to make sure that they're not running a fever. Get on the bus, we spread them out and space them out as much as we can. Once we're at 22, we go to the respective school and then we go back, right back out. But that, again, I think to Mark's point, I think that will require us calling every single parent, finding out if they do plan to come back, and if they do, are you going to need bus transportation? And what would be the exceptions to that if we had to pick them up a little bit later or a little bit earlier?
Yeah, Chad.
Yes.
When you were talking about taking the temperatures, okay, you're talking about all students, correct?
Yes, sir. All bus riders. That would be that
Okay.
point. And then everybody else coming in would also get screened.
Okay, now we know how parents are. I send my child out and I'm going to work and their temperature is 101 and I didn't know it. So are we going to let that kid stand on the side of the road, or are we going to try to get hold to their parent? What's going to happen in that situation?
I think what you would have there is, obviously, I think that would then go into health services with Teresa Stingle. We would probably try to immediately contact a parent. They would radio base. We would try to get hold of the parent, see if they could go back in or go back to the house. If that's not the case, then we're going to transport them to school, keep them as far away from the other kids as possible. And then, the catchphrase now is contact tracing, right? So I'm sure that student would go into a protocol for COVID-19 testing, and then we would contact trace and see if we had to quarantine. And I mean, there's a whole slew of unknowns, but that's how I think we would try to play that if we did have somebody get on the bus and scan for a temperature of 101 or 100, whatever that might be.
Yeah, we need to just make sure we got that in place.
Mark, how many? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say too, that's something that came up, is we may have a lot of situations where children have to be quarantined, or a family member has got it and they're required to stay home. So our virtual academy would also help to create a consistent plan, so they're not out of school during that quarantine time, that we would have some other options to address. So we're really trying to look at this holistically of how will we handle all of these situations, yet still try to maintain a quality level of education.
Hey, Mark, how many families do we have? Families, not students, but families, roughly.
Well, there's 10,250 students. I would say 4,000 or 5,000 would be my guess.
Okay.
Probably five, a little over five.
I think we haven't really I think it's around 5.
Yeah.
What we have.
I was just kicking this around in my head, the cost to provide families that don't have a thermometer in their house, and tell them they have to test their child before they goes out on the bus.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I don't propose that we do that, but I'm just thinking if it came down to it,
I think there's a lot that maybe put their kid on the bus with a little bit of a temperature, I mean.
Well, yeah.
I agree with you.
Let's be clear.
Yeah.
Kids have been sent with the flu.
Yeah.
Well,
and other things.
That's it.
That's a good lead into the last item I want to talk about. And I know it's getting late. Yeah, the last item that we're working on is the PPE and cleaning. Just wanted to let you know, we're getting about $1.6 million in stimulus money from the CARES Act. We've set aside $250,000 for cleaning supplies and PPE. We've already ordered 4,500 masks, for our employees and staff. We've ordered electrostatic sprayers, at least one for each school, and the bigger schools, we're going to get 2. The tabs for those, we're ordering the tabs for those so that we can spray down schools. Thermometers, we're ordering at least, Todd
60.
or Chad, do you remember? We're ordering
60.
one for each bus driver and at least how many for each school?
Yeah, we're up to about 150 total. That would be equipping the athletic department of each building with one, because we're thinking about practices and things that might exist, home and away teams coming and going, perhaps. Definitely having one at each of our health offices, 2 perhaps at our larger, and that probably would be based on student population. One in each of our cafeterias for food service preparation, and then we would have one for our buses, contract buses and corporation run routes.
Hey, Chad, how many buildings do we have students going into? 18 or
with
so?
19 with the opening
19.
of FS. Yeah,
Okay,
with Franklin Square.
How many entrances in each building do students go into?
Well, that's a great point. So what we've thought about doing is, if we test the bus riders, they're going to obviously come into one entrance, even at Jeff High. When we unload at Jeff High, they go into one entrance. Car riders and walkers, we would probably have to, and just look at Jeff High as our largest and probably most difficult to control. We would anticipate filtering them in to one entrance, the car riders and the walkers, and those kids would then get screened as quickly and efficiently as possible. And if nothing else, be asked questions, as far as how you feeling today? Have you been around anybody that's had COVID? Those typical questions that some of us are answering as we go to the dentist or wherever. So that would be that first level of screening.
The reason I ask, my boss, we work with the national, or used to do the National City Towers, now the PNC Tower. And, he was talking to the maintenance crews over there, and they had considered, but they backed out of it. The devices, Siemens puts out a device. There's a couple other companies that are putting them out. FLIR does also, that do mass. They can scan masses of people coming in, and some of these are only $500 to $750. So these are not expensive devices unless you've already looked at them.
Well, we have, and we've actually installed one. Security Pros put one in because the Marshall Center is being used as a site for jury preparation.
Okay.
So the county is the county is actually using the Marshall Center right now. So Security Pros came in last week and put in a thermal imaging camera.
Right. That's what these things
similar
are.
Similar to what you'd see in the movie Total Recall. And it works. You walk through, it frames your face, and it gives you an instant reading of temperature right then and there. and it'll show up red if if your tag is having an above normal temperature, and then you'd have to go into a separate alcove and go through some more rigorous testing and screening.
Well, the reason I ask how many buildings and how many entrances, I was just thinking of the cost for that would be cheaper than buying the thermometers. I don't know.
Well,
That's
the
just a
one
thought.
the one that got installed at the Marshall Center was about $8,000. Now,
These
that's
were a lot less.
yeah. So
I
I
can
don't
try
know
to find
exactly.
out I can try and find out the information about them if you'd like.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Couple other things we're doing. We're also strategically placing hand sanitizing stations throughout each school. Some of the teachers, have asked to have a hand sanitizer station in each classroom, and that would not be cost effective. It'd be way too costly to put a hand sanitizer station in every classroom. Now, we're going to buy each hand sanitizer for each teacher in their classroom, but not have one of those automatic ones. That'd just be way too much money.
Mark,
yes.
Mark, the whole idea is not to be touching things, so you're gonna have to touch the hands.
No, they're electronic. You put your hand under it and it squirts it out.
No, he said he wasn't getting those hand free.
Well,
no, he's not, because they're like $500 a piece.
Yeah, we're going to place those strategically throughout the building, but we're not going to put them in every classroom.
Okay, so that you're gonna have hands free.
Yes.
Okay, they're not $500. Man, you can get them at Garden Foods if they got them in stock, but they don't have them in stock.
There you go.
Yeah,
they're only $33.
The good Gojos are about $400 a piece.
Yeah. Now, when you can only imagine 400 times how many classrooms we have.
Oh, it'd be outrageous. Yeah, you couldn't do it.
Pretty, yeah.
And then we're looking at every school in terms of like what Kroger has done and all the stores have done in terms of putting plexiglass up to protect our secretaries, administrative assistants, treasurers. We're going to put plexiglass up where we need to also. So that gives you an idea of what we're doing on the PPE cleaning.
The 4,500 masks, how long do we expect those will last?
Well,
I assume they're disposables.
They're all washable.
Okay, all right.
Yep. So we would expect that the 4,500 would last us the whole year.
Oh, at least if they're washable. I was thinking they were disposable at that many, but.
Well, you know why you have to use throw away the disposables, don't you?
Well, they throw them out in the beach, don't they?
No, that's bad breath.
Oh.
So that's, I know it's getting late. I don't want to go any later, but that gives you an idea of, what we're working on, what we're trying to cover. I know, it's been 4 hours of a whole lot of information, and I certainly appreciate your time and attention, because all this stuff we've talked about is very important to the district and moving us forward. So I think that's all I have. I don't know if anybody else on the cabinet has anything they want to add. Feel free to do so now. If not, I'm going to turn it over to Janelle and let her close this out.
Okay. Thank you all, everybody. Thank you so much. It has been overwhelming, but a lot of hard work, and we have a whole lot more ahead of us. And Laura, thank you for joining us as well. Well,
we lost her.
Yeah, we lost her. She's like, I'm out of here.
I'll be there on June 8th. Be there from that point forward. So
okay.
I'm meeting with Dr. Deichel on that day, and probably Mark, and just gonna be there. I can't wait. I can't even tell you. I've packed up. And I haven't sold my home yet, but no worries. We'll get there. But I'm going to be there that weekend, and I can't even tell you how much I can't wait to get there to be with y'all.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you feel that way, and we're excited to have you. So I'm generally more excited before a 4-hour meeting, but Okay, well,
Madam President,
can I yes, go
Madam
ahead.
President,
Yes, Dr.
I
Clayton.
move that we adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Please, second, please.
All right. And although
Everybody said yes.
did everybody
I
Miss
got
Gilkey?
everybody said yes.
Did everybody say yes?
Okay.
I think so.
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Okay. I think we are adjourned. Thank you all so much.
All right.
All right.